What is he waiting for? The timer's at 0. I was waiting for the song. It's such a good song. I love this music. Hello, hello. Oh, that's also what I was waiting for. I wasn't prepared for the vertigo. Here we are on a car on the highway. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Don't mind me, I'm just a little dizzy. We're looking out a window somewhere in Istanbul, Turkey in December of 2024. In the car, it's traveling through a tunnel or under a bridge. Anyway, let's get away from there. That's dizzying. Hello, welcome in, Eagle. You are first today. And you had some great streams. I'll do a proper shout out for you here in a little bit when we are able to, again, I don't really look at my stream numbers, but I do see the summary email. I tap on it so that it gets marked as red and I see the curve for the viewership. So I'll wait a little bit before doing a shout out for you so that we have more people that'll get to know you. Get to see your stream, get to see you work on your multimedia home experience app thing. I always forget what it's called. It's always on the tip of my tongue. But I saw your stream. Well, I saw you go live over the weekend. I think it was Sunday. And so I lurked. And then I saw you go live again on Monday morning. And then I think yesterday too. You've been on a streak. Burning away at it. Better believe it. Oh man. But yeah, welcome into the stream. And I would pay more attention, but it's like, oof. I've been super busy. Actually, what I think people are expecting me to say by now is, boy, I really hope I still know how to write code. I've been using AI to do everything for me over the past week, 5 days. I sure do hope that I still know how to code. You're going to see a lot of weird stuff though. But I am overall impressed, not going to lie. Just to show you what I've been having AI do for me while I work on other things is I'm asking AI to do a lot of the UI work. This may come off as offensive to some people, and I do apologize if it offends you, but it is how I am utilizing it in my workday as a solo developer who is working for a client or who has a client. Anyway, you know what I mean. This is the original RTRAC. This is the UI login page that I came up with. I remember having fun with it and kind of joking around with it and still being kind of like, I kind of like this, even though it's straight out of the early 2000s. No Mercy is what it's called. No Mercy TV, No Mercy Media Server. or just no mercy. Yeah, and I keep trying to think of this game. This is a little graphic, so maybe I don't really want to put it up here. That was on PC, and I'm pretty sure it was called Expect No Mercy, but it was one of the first. Yeah, I remember the movie too. One of the first video games where the characters looked like live action actors. And there was a lot of Mortal Kombat style stuff going on. But yeah, every time that I see your app name, I'm like, expect no mercy. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a game too. Yeah, this is definitely it. $1996. 1996. Goodness me. Anyway, this is what the original login page, the one that is currently in production, looks like. When the user logs in, this is what their experience looks like. They get this beautiful splash hero section with this nice styled, simple title bar with these beautiful colors that accent each other and just, they make the app pop. This is the original styling from the application they've been using since at minimum 2005. And I mean that literally. This is the same color scheme. I just lifted and shifted the UI HTML. I fixed some of the CSS and functionality for the menu so that it wasn't so janky. But other than that, it is the original look and feel of the application. I say that, and hello guacamole. I say that so that we can see, you guys saw how far I got by myself as far as applying my standard template, which is this also beautiful shades of gray, I guess, with some blue accent colors. But this is where it's gotten me today, where AI has gotten me today after asking it to do some redesign. The first thing that I did was I asked Lev, who is a private GPT on ChatGPT that no one else has access to but me and my wife, I had a discussion with it, and it was funny. TBD this morning felt weird for saying I talked with Claude, and I was like, but isn't that what you did? Like, you actually had a discussion, a conversation where you asked a question and it responded. It may have been generative response, but you still had a conversation with it. So anyway, I had a conversation with Lev about finding some opportunities to improve the UI. And he came up with RMA projects, RTRAC. He came up with a couple of very simple UI ideas. So this was the first one. And I like the simplicity of it. I like the more modern feel to it. It's pretty typical of what you're going to get from AI. It's not super special, but it is absolutely a much better look and feel. And then the other one that he proposed that I ended up going with was this one. So we get the same familiar top bar with the hover menus that you can tab through and all of that stuff. And yeah, so this is kind of where I went with it. And I don't know what this one is. This one is supposed to be another version, but apparently it's been it got corrupted at some point. Anyway, so I applied that myself to the UI, and you'll see that in light mode. However, I was struggling to continue applying it across all the rest of the UI because I'm not great at UI still. I'm great at seeing a design that someone else has come up with and applying it. However, applying that to new situations, I'm not the best at. So, as I was fixing functionality, the code behind, I did a lot of service class work My entities were having my queries, my link to entities were having a lot of issues. We still have one more to fix that we're going to do on stream today, which is in load data. But I was having it just do UI work for me, and it was great. It was fantastic. So this is what the new landing page looks like. Again, for comparison, this is the existing, this is what the new landing page looks like. This is what it looks like in light mode. And again, I kind of prefer this in light mode. I'm really unhappy with the color choices that I make. This is my color scheme. This is what I chose. It chose the yellow and shades of teal, cyan, green, etc. But I chose this gray and blue, essentially, is what the color scheme was. But I love this. And not only is it a good dashboard style landing page for here's how you jump to the thing you're coming to the app to do. Most of the time it's load data. That's the very first thing they have. The next possible thing for our lab people to do is to go into record check. It's right there, straight across from it. And then the chain of custody check would be immediately after it, which they can get to through the menu still. Same familiar menu, same familiar hover system, just more updated design. Hello, Snubble. Then this is the most recent page that it updated. So if we go to the edit TRN here, and we take a look at it, then we see this beautiful, nice layout. The thing that I don't understand is how are we losing so much space? Like things seem to fit better here than they do here. I don't know if it's just a perspective thing. But yeah, I think it's just maybe I'll need to update the sizing of these, maybe make them look a little bit more familiar to the user, because this is what they currently look like. They're centered and in 2 rows, 2 clean, even rows. Look at how clean that is. Whereas here, everything is left aligned. And I prefer left aligned stuff. It's easier for the eye to travel. These are massive. They don't need to be that big for the amount of data that we're expecting to have in them. The grays are a little dark. But again, this is all stuff that we can fix ourselves. Those are the types of tweaks that I can make. Coming up with the general design, not so much. But, hello, Marcus Voice Coder. Okay, I'm actually going to do first shout out of the day, and that is to Stony Eagle, who was first. You will find Stony Eagle sometimes streaming. Work on his media server, media player even, app called No Mercy, and it's to help manage your home, if I'm right about this, help manage your home media, which is awesome. It's very, very cool. I got the opportunity to watch his streams, but not really engage in them, as he has streamed over the past few days, and it's been great. Snubble says, today at work, a product owner submitted a PR to the front end. The front end devs rejected it and weren't happy. I think the next step is that the front end devs will soon need a new job. Hopefully not. Hopefully they sent a message that the product owner should be talking to the project manager, and the project manager should be the one creating work items, and the dev team is the one that should be doing PRs and stuff. It makes no sense for product owners to be doing code work unless the product owner is actively engaged in the dev team and like on a daily basis. That's pretty messed up. In my opinion, of course. It depends on the work environment, it depends on the situation, but it kind of sounds like it's not the case where the product owner is a member of the dev team. Oh, we got a description. Let me copy this description so that I can eventually create a blurb for you. Stony. All right. Oh, this is the third blurb that you're giving me, by the way. I really should have looked at this first. You know, if there was an API that I could just access whenever I saw your name and be like, what's the blurb for Stony Eagle's stream? The effortless encoder. So he's trying to make it easier to archive your physical shows. I'm not reading this off a script, movies and music, to automate parts that now are very laborious. Like, that's definitely a word I would have chosen to use. Like ripping, converting, and naming your files and then have to import them into your libraries. The end goal really is to make owning and legally acquiring content as frictionless as using a streaming service. How'd I do? Just came up with that on the spot, not reading it off a notepad or anything. And TVD Gamer, you know that I do not mean to rush you in any way. I'm just saying that I'm excited for it. Whenever you do it is when you do it. Even if you never get to it, it's still been fun on the journey with you. Speaking of TBD Gamer, shout out to TBD Gamer, another .NET developer. Shout out to TBD Gamer, another .NET developer that is amazing at what he does. He discusses so very much with the stream. He's able to just give you his thoughts. Every now and then he will get lost in his thoughts on stream, but he will eventually start talking, and we'll hear this beautiful stream of, here's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I hear you, I receive what you're saying, and this is why I'm doing it this way. So he is working on 2 applications on Mondays and Fridays. He's working on the one that I alluded to. It is called developers.stream. And that one is intended to, or going to be, a service where if you are a developer that streams, you can register yourself, put in information about your streams, what platforms you stream on, a little blurb about it, some tags and categories and keywords and stuff for people to discover you. If you are someone that is looking for someone that is a developer who streams, you can go to this platform, do a search for the technologies, for the language, for the type of stream, for the vibe, the feel, and discover developers that stream and what platforms they're on, and possibly even see whether they're live or not. And if you are already streaming, then there will be an API. I'm saying all these things, I'm promising all these things, but these are in the plan. So if they don't happen, they don't happen. There will be an API that you'll be able to just send a quick request to, say, here's someone that spoke for the first time in my chat. Are they a developer that streams? If so, give me back the information about them so that I can shout them out better. And then we get a blurb. I would love to see, actually right here would be a good place to do it. If someone chats in stream that is a developer that streams and they're in the app, I would love to see like something show up right underneath this banner that's like, follow blah, blah, blah. They are working on something, blah, 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 blah. Here's the information from their blurb. It'd be very, very cool to have something like that. So yeah. Anyway. So that's TBD. That's actually developers.stream. The other project he works on is Liquid Sky, which is the code name for a project that is a project management and planning tool that is intended to help correctly split up the responsibilities. What's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? There's a word I'm looking for. Developers will see the things, separation of concerns. The developers will see the things that are, that they're concerned about. They'll see development tasks. They'll see the requirements for that development task. But the product owners and the project managers will also have their own things that they care about, which is, let's do the planning phase. And so the developers won't get bogged down with all of this planning information that's just noise most of the time, and see that distilled, here's what we want you to do. Here are the requirements for getting that thing done. You decide how to do it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing where he goes with that. It's going to be amazing. I just know it. There are a lot of tools out there, yes, for doing project management. However, I think he has a pretty interesting take on it, and it's going to be, at minimum, at minimum worthwhile for him to just take on this project. We discussed this morning on his stream. Oh, he streams 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern time, UTC-4 currently. We talked about what technologies are actually in Liquid Sky. I've been trying to keep an updated list of what I hear him say, and he added one more to it, which I obviously didn't save because it's not showing up in this copy. So let me just save Notepad over there real quick. Save. Grr. Okay. Yes, load, because it was only one small change. All right. So the list of technologies that I have him using in Liquid Sky is Kafka, RabbitMQ, MongoDB, SQL Server, Redis, Yarp, Angular, Next.js, GraphQL, and now Akka.net. I'm basically a technology hoarder, he says. Hello, DC Aggie. Marcus Voice Coder. Marcus, you know what's really funny? You kind of remind me of a... I don't want to say deer, because that's just... Anyway, you remind me of a wildlife animal that lives in the forest that gets easily spooked. Because and I mean this in the best way, it feels like whenever I am able to notice that you are streaming, like yesterday, for example, I'll hop into your stream and I'll start lurking as soon as I can. And then I'll just say hi or something. And then as soon as you notice that someone has chatted in your stream, it kind of looks like you lean over to it and you're like, someone's watching. I need to run. And then you just stop your stream. And it seems so sudden. And it's like, did I scare him off? I'm sorry. I was enjoying your stream. Anyway, I am missing some chat, so let me make sure that I catch up on all of it. So from the very beginning, Stone Eagle says, how dare they demand me to appear for their hininess. I don't know what that means. Hello. And I'm like, Eagles B. Whatever that means. Hi also. TBD Gamer came in with the resub for 16 months straight. Happy Wednesday to you as well. I see that you are one of my perma flurkers. Really appreciate it. I've been working on my overlay, and it is called No Mercy Media Server, No Mercy TV, or short, just No Mercy. Guacamole said good morning. Stony Eagle said that's the goal. Snobble said hello. Today at work, we read that one out loud. I responded to it. Marcus said hello. Eagle said I feel honored. Encode and archive your personal media collection and stream it anywhere and anyhow you like, focusing on making archiving physical media easy and effortless. Then Marcus said, for some of my career, I was also the client. I'm not only a member. I'm not only the president. Stubble said, I think the future front end will be the product owner and 5 AI agents. Possibly. I could see it, but again, when a company realizes, in my opinion, when a company realizes that AI is generating very similar things to other AI generated things, they're like, I want to stand out. I need to find someone that is actually good at this and will help me stand out. So I don't think that job is going to go away. TBD was feeling ragged on for not being done with developers.stream. I apologize for that. I don't want to hassle you on that. Eagle said that last part was perfect. Marcus said, on a side note, did you know that Notepad now has Copilot? What a world we live in. Interesting. I didn't know that. And I do use Notepad during streaming days because I prefer having this Notepad open. But here it is. It's just sitting right there. The options inside of it are rewrite, summarize, make shorter, make longer, change tone, change format. And those are sub-menus. Interesting. Thank you for pointing that out. Then Stony said to TBD, yeah, TBD, Hurry up. With the head move too. Automated Realms said, TBD is working on developers.stream. A side project aimed at improving discoverability. I'm not going to read that. Guacamole said, your shirt is one of my favorite developer puns, jokes, funny stuff. Love it. I have a lot of shirts. I told TBD this. Nope. I told BitGamey this morning, who is also streaming currently. Oh, before BitGamey, let's shout out Marcus VoiceCoder, who came in next, who is another developer that streams, and you will see him, as his name implies, coding using his voice. He uses Talon to do a lot of his OS interactions and some extensions in Visual Studio Code that make navigating around the UI easier when you aren't using your hands. And it is very impressive to watch. He does, lately he has been doing a lot of coding. It's still so hard to say. Lately he's been doing a lot of partner programming with AI, and it's been impressive to see just what it's enabling for him to be able to do, to be able to move around faster, to iterate faster, to be able to code actual full-on projects. He has this really cool word. It's kind of like a improve your usage of words, improve your word skill, your wordsmithery, if you will. And it's a really cool project. If you have your own OpenAI key, which I do, I just don't know where I left it. I think it's in my back pocket. You can use it, and there are various modes that you can use it. There's a Scrabble training app. There is a synonym finding app. There is a creative writing style app or a conversational app that will help you to be able to use different words, maybe words that you don't commonly use but are more indicative of what you're trying to say. See me using other phrasing that I don't typically use? Anyway, so really cool stuff. Definitely check him out. DC Aggie said, hello, world. And did you know Microsoft Project don't even use their own tool for project management, allegedly? I really like Azure DevOps, not gonna lie. I like the way it's structured and organized as a solo developer specifically. When I was on the team, it was okay. It still got very messy and backlog just stayed. There is nothing in the backlog that says, you need to clear me out, otherwise I'm going to keep complaining. Other than you open up your work items and you see, here are my recent work items, here's the ones I've claimed, and then this whole mess of stuff that you don't even scroll down for. It just sits there, and it's stale, and it's stinky, and it never gets unstinky. So anyway, I'm just trying to sell Liquid Sky, that's all. And not like sell. The idea of Liquid Sky. It's fantastic. Basically a technology hoarder. DC Aggie said, question man? What is your question mark? Was this around the time that I was telling Marcus about him being a forest creature? The problem is I never notice any chats in time. That's completely okay though. I think I mentioned to you, but because you don't really respond to chat, you could leave it off of slow mode. Just saying. I do a lot of typos when I chat, and I want to correct them immediately, but slow mode doesn't let me. That's selfish, I know. Fancy old English. Then TBD says, I'm a big boy. I can handle it. I should be careful saying this, but if I could just figure out how to stream more, we'd have it done. I mean, you don't have to. Plump Tardigrade is here. Plump Tardigrade had a new, what are they called? Substack? A new post. If you aren't subscribed to Plump Tardigrade, who may stream one day, but is it called Substack? I never remember the name of the service. 2x Mix. What is this? Substack. It is Substack. Definitely feel free to post your Substack if you are inviting other people to see it. Plump Plump Tardigrade is a fantastic writer. It's it's very nice, very refreshing to see, and yeah, it's just nice. So check out Plump Tardigrade. I won't do a shout out for you unless you are ready for people to start following your Twitch. Still new to it, so no worries. And thank you. You're welcome. TBD says, wait, first DC Aggie said, can I derail for a moment to share some positivity boasting? Please do. Absolutely plenty of room for that. And thank you for asking. So TBD Gamer says, positivity, DC Aggie, how dare you? And then, hello, Plump Tardigrade. Tardigrade says, I mean, everyone is welcome to follow. I just haven't streamed yet. Also, yay, positive things. Okay, so we're going to do a shout out for Plump Tardigrade, who may or may not stream. Don't expect anything to happen, but dang it, I need to be able to spell your name. It helps if I don't write your name as Chunky Tardigrade. That was terrible. So Plump Tardigrade may or may not stream. Feel free to follow if you want. But definitely, if you have a link for your Substack and feel like sharing it, please post that. You're welcome to share it. All right. DC Aggie says, I got an email from one of my customers about 2 months after completing a mini project. To enhance the project, I literally inherited from a developer that passed away. Open the email to find this, : looking forward to seeing what it says. While we're waiting for that, I am going to start figuring out how to apply the existing pattern. I'm not the biggest fan of this whole page layout thing that it decided to go with, but it does work for us. This is what all of the, just as a reminder, this is what the pages look like in the existing one, the existing RTRAC. And again, I'm not going to get too far into this because I do want to immediately read what DC Aggie posts. So this is what the majority of the pages look like. It's this box in the middle, top middle of the screen with this thick blue border that has this shading on the inside, so it kind of feels beveled. And oh my gosh, it's just so pretty. All of these are images instead of, you know, HTML. I guess image tags are HTML, but you know what I mean. So this is what the pages look like. Here's our record check with errors. Here's our chain of custody check with errors. Oh wait, no errors for chain of custody check. Oops. Okay, errors for chain of custody check. Here is our submit TRN page where if you have multiple labs, your post isn't showing. It doesn't say that it got blocked. If you want, you can just either PM it to me, direct message it to me on Discord, post it directly to Discord, and I'll show it on screen and I'll read it, or just send it directly to me, and I'll pop it into Notepad and make the font big enough so that people can see it. I see it. Copy pasta code. Okay, Notepad. All right, so the message that DC Aggie got from the customer about a project that he ended a few weeks ago was, I wanted to thank you for the fast search you implemented in our transfer articulation application. Honestly, I had no idea of the possibilities it would unlock for improving my work by giving me access to all the past evaluations. Every day, I'm discovering new ways to better understand my processes, all because I can now see what's happened historically. I know this took a tremendous amount of effort on your part. I can't even begin to imagine the complexities of wrangling hundreds of thousands of data points, but I want you to know I appreciate your efforts to improve the application. I am grateful to be able to utilize our data to its full potential. I want you to know how much I am enjoying the improvements. Then their salutation, a couple of dashes, then their name, assistant registrar, transfer coordination. Well, that is something that is fantastic to receive. Yes, absolutely what Plump said. What an amazing message to receive. Fantastic. There aren't many words to add on to that, but I hope many developers get to experience that. And Wolfware Hello says, now that's some feel-good feedback. Way to go. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wolfware Dev. What? Yo. I mean, hi, Wolf. I often get thanks in our project closing meeting, but getting a detailed positive thanks really made my day, says DC Aggie. Absolutely. It made my day to see you getting that. I love hearing stories like this. I love seeing that kind of appreciation from customers that really do know, because I get to experience this in my job. I work directly with the people that are using the apps. It's a small organization and I get pretty much immediate feedback, and that has been invaluable. Invaluable. Sorry, I'm not laughing. I'm looking outside because I think I told you guys, but I was recently called to think of the name of the plant from Little Shop of Horrors, Audrey 2, which I know now, and I'm sure many of you already knew, but I never remember things, because I have a plant, I have a weed outside my window that I left in the window well on purpose, and it's grown, I'd say about 8 to 10 feet now. And it's just these really spiky looking leaves on a pretty thick stalk that's branched out a few times. And at the very, very end are these bright pink, purple flowering things that look like they're just going to turn to you and go. They're going to start trying to drink the blood from a finger prick. Anyway, but yes, I absolutely, little sidebar there, I absolutely love to see. Is it a triford? Is that what they're called? Trifords. I mean, it kind of looks like this. No, this looks like something straight out of Half-Life. Oh my gosh, that is that. That looks dangerous. Jeepers. Some of the local teens stop by to water and fertilize it. Nice skunky smell. No. Some weeds can literally turn into trees almost. Let's see. Weed with spiky leaves and pink flowering tops. Yep. It's pretty much these. Just your typical lawn weed. But I kind of like it, so it's staying. It's absolutely staying. Yeah. I like him a lot. Copper Beardy is here. Yeah, I think it's just thistle, maybe. Are you just thistle? Canada thistle, yellow toad flax, hound's tongue. So yeah, probably just thistle. I think so. Copper Beardy says, most of the plants in my garden are 4 foot. So it's like the invasion of the tripods most of the time. Trifids? Trifids? Trifads? Treefads? Tardigrade says, not to derail about wheats. This is fine. This is absolutely okay. But there's even been research done by MIT about rewilding and lawns. You're definitely welcome to tell us more about it. If you are so inclined, it sounds interesting. I'm trying to be more receptive and more mindful. We have all day. I need to stop being so stick up my ass. Yeah, I love these though. I love how they look. Yes, you can link the article. Yeah, you can get wildflower turf now. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know if I'd be able to find the picture very easily, but my lawn used to be the wild. The wild. Here. This is what my lawn used to look like. And I found out that I'm allergic to some of these weeds, or some of them were just poison ivy or poison, yeah. Because I cleaned all of this up by myself so that we can have actual landscaping done. And it was not good. It was not good times. Weeds are plants too. My neighbor should win a wilding competition, says Marcus. Copperberry says some weeds, depending on what they are, can be harmful to your garden, and some have strong odors that keep insects away. Very nice. Yeah, I don't go outside, so I'm not too worried about it. Right now, my lawn looks pretty sparse, pretty we have grass in the front yard and a small patch of grass in the backyard with mostly rocks. Oh, here's what it used to look like. Wait, this is someone else's house. This is one of the properties that we were going to buy, but we ended up not getting this one. Anyway, this is what it looked like when we got here. That's not our house though. Hello? Still waiting on the article. It was moved behind a paywall, screams in librarian. Well, I'm screaming right there with you. Hey, it me. This is what I used to look like back in the day. This was like 5 years ago, I want to say. Sorry, time and me aren't very... I'm not very good with time. Oh, it is bad. Really? I don't think so. It looks derpy. Little derp. Little derp face. Oh yeah. I like this one because doesn't this look like a stock photo? I took this picture while I was in New York. It looks AI generated, but no, it's not. This is Gotham City. What else? I have a lot of Rocky Mountain Arsenal pictures. This was the building that I worked in, and this is a family of deer. Or who knows if they're family. This is a group of deer just hanging out on my way into work. This is what you look like on Monday. Yes. Thank you, Marcus. DC Aggie said, gotta be a cute kid and a handsome man. You've won the lotto. Well, thank you. I really, really appreciate that. I don't necessarily agree, but I don't have to because it's not my opinion. It is your own, and you're allowed to have it. Really big bird at the Arsenal. I'm just opening like new windows instead of reusing the same one, aren't I? More Arsenal pictures. So this is the you've seen it on a map, but this is the actual field that is on the map that is like all of this used to be covered with warehouses and places that were manufacturing chemical weapons. And so, I mean, it still looks brown and not alive, but it's Colorado. It's pretty deserty here. We have a pretty arid climate. All right, we have an article. The article. This is the mountains during a mountain trip. One of the places my wife and I went to. This is how dangerous it was driving onto the Arsenal one day. It was not good times that day. This is what it looked like when I made it to work. No. This was the rental, the backyard of the rental that I used to live at. It was a very, very snowy day. My dad. Hi, Dad. Love my dad. Are these the buffalo? Oh, I was probably just taking a picture of what it looked like every day that I walked out of work. I got to see this just about every day. This beautiful sky, the mountain skyline, all the way in the distance. Oh, it was so nice. But I'm glad I don't have to go into the office anymore. But I do miss that view. More deer right next to the building. Heading into work, are we? I've driven in conditions like that in North Dakota. Not fun. Yeah. Oh, how are you, little deer? It's all sheltered up behind all of these high plants. Times 2. Let's play Spot the Baby Doe. And the rabbit. I didn't even notice there was a rabbit in this picture. This was when I got Angie. This is Angie, the computer that I used to stream from. Heavy little bugger. What else can I share? I can act like I was a musician this whole time. That's Nightshade. Rock band guitar, practice bass guitar, acoustic guitar. Acoustic? This dust storm was insane. Cannot recommend ever driving in a dust storm in Colorado. Like this wall, if you were back just a little bit further, was literally like you would see on The Mummy or something. It was this huge sand wall that just kind of crashed over everything. It's crazy. Don't Rock Band guitars have big colorful buttons? Not Rock Band 3 guitars. Not ones that have actual strings and the pickup is actually, like when you play, you actually play the guitar. You do pop this thing out so that it doesn't play the note out loud, but you can pop it back in and use it as a regular electric guitar. This is a 3.5mm jack. I don't know what size they are. Regular amp size patch cord. And then here are your PlayStation buttons or Xbox or whatever, whichever you're using this on. Start, select, D-pad. That was my trip to Colorado Springs. Oh yeah, I told you guys about this, but we had a break-in at the Arsenal. Some kids just wanted to vandalize the building, and it was just before I got to work too. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. Fish are friends, not food. Misha. I take a lot of pictures of the... Do you guys do this? I take a lot of pictures of the serial numbers of devices and stuff. Like, this is an old phone. Is it an old phone? I think it's an old phone. A BlackBerry smartphone. When did I have a BlackBerry? This must have been a work phone or something a long time ago. I take pictures of all of my serial numbers and stuff and then throw away the box. Probably a bad idea. I just don't like keeping stuff that I don't need. Then a book cart, more Misha. You ever hear me talk about Misha? This was our cat, long time ago. Such a soft little kitten. I loved Misha. What else can we share? I think that's it. What happened to the picture I was looking for? Weird. So I was trying to show you a picture of just how bad the lawn actually got before I decided to finally go out and cut it. So it was even worse than that first picture that I showed. Whatever. Can't find it. Okay, onward to the article. How many of these did I open? So this is an article that Plump Tardigrade is sharing with us about how there is something good to be had by allowing certain weeds. It's called Native Lawn Demonstration Project. Aims to create a shift in how we design and landscape our homes and public green spaces and ultimately advance sustainability itself. Converted a non-native grass and weed lawn to a low-maintenance, low-energy input and high biodiversity sustainable native lawn. That is nice. Wasn't she so nice? Can you control your computer with the guitar? When you hook it up using MIDI, it just acts like a MIDI controller. So the buttons on there can be mapped to different MIDI functions. And then the actual notes play through as the MIDI note itself. More stuff to do. No thanks. But yeah. This sounds like a, yeah, what makes this sustainable? This sounds like a good idea. I wouldn't mind it, but our HOA would have a problem with it. HOAs are stupid. Compared to traditional turf grass lawns, they require no fertilizer, which uses energy and emits a significant amount of nitrous oxide, a greenhouse gas, during its production, require no pesticides, provide a diversity of native plants that supports over 4 times more biodiversity for pollinators and other invertebrates, require minimal mowing, which reduces the amount of gas used and greenhouse emissions from lawnmowers or electricity, require minimal to no watering, used as a teaching landscape for university classes and the public, serves as a demonstration for encouraging the implementation of a native lawn in a home landscape. Yeah, this is really cool. I am not opposed to this at all. I'd be interested to know how I can do it with this house because, again, we mostly have rock, so we're still a less it's sustainable-ish, but it's not very friendly to invertebrates, I guess. To pollinators and invertebrates, as this thing says. But we do mostly rock and then small lawn space in front and back with a couple of trees and plants. Colorado plants. Some people seem to really hate nature, and they are always cutting their grass to 1 inch long. Ours is to comply with HOA standards. I must be thinking of Guitar Hero. Oh, no worries, no worries. You have nothing to apologize for. So I was just remarking that I definitely like the idea of this. I don't know if it would be kosher with our HOA, which is one of those things it's like, that shouldn't matter. If I'm doing something that is helping the environment, then the HOA is saying, you have a lot of weeds, you need to get rid of those, otherwise we're going to fine you. It doesn't really make sense. But yeah, I was just reading about it. I saw the name of it, Native Lawn Demonstration Project, and we read about what exactly it is they're doing and what makes it sustainable. In the US, traditional turf lawns account for approximately 2% of land, or approximately 40 million acres in lower 48 states, equivalent to Wisconsin. Lawnmowers account for 5% of the nation's air pollution. 5%, that's a pretty high number. Homeowner mowing consumes over 800 million gallons of gasoline annually, resulting in 7.1 million tons of CO2 emissions, and more than the entire state of Vermont emits. In 1 hour, a lawnmower produces as much air. Yeah, okay. We know this is very important. They're restating the same thing over and over. The typical American spends 70 hours a year on average mowing a home lawn. I am at about 0 hours a year mowing the lawn. Homeowners use 10 times the amount of pesticide and fertilizers per acre on their lawns as farmers do on crops. Approximately 90 million tons of pesticides and fertilizers are applied on lawns. So yes, we do have our lawn care specialist, or whatever title they want to go by, do fertilizer and pesticides on our lawn. So I am contributing to this. It'd be nice to not do. American lawns take up an area 3 times larger than that of any other irrigated crop in the country. On the East Coast, 30% of the water consumed goes to watering lawns. Good thing they lived next to the ocean. I'm kidding, I'm sorry. 25 to 40% of landfill space is taken up by grass clippings from mowed lawns. That's almost half. Jeepers. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I use an electric mower now, says President Not Sure. I would ask my lawn care specialist too, but yeah. They do what they do. I am not going to ding them for it. That was a fun sidetrack. So we are going to subtract 1 hour from the end of the stream so that I can make up for that 1 hour as I go into the end of the workday. But thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, just don't mention golf courses. The trouble is, the more you cut the grass, the more it grows. I don't think that that's trouble per se. And President Not Sure says, and I use the mulch setting, so no bagging of clippings. Cool. The lawn looks much better that way too. Very cool. Yeah. If we all just did a small thing, then it's going to add up substantially. We think as a human, as a single individual human living on this earth, I can't make that much of a difference. But if every single human on the earth did a small thing, that'll amount to a lot. Granted, there are some people that don't have the ability to, but you know what I mean. No single raindrops thinks it is possible for a flood. Yeah. So there. Okay, so I'm going to get back to RTRAC, but please continue whatever conversation comes up, and I will read aloud. So as I was mentioning in RTRAC, the UI currently has this kind of standard look to it where there's this box in the middle with this beveled edge and this. I tried to find a way to modernize this little box and I kind of failed. Not really kind of failed, I just did failed. But when you come to this page, if you have multiple labs assigned to you, then you'll have this lab picker. You'll pick the lab first and then you'll go into get TRNs. And then it's like, but what if I want to do the other lab? So then you have to go all the way back, pick your lab again, and it's like, oh, that one has no files. That's not what I meant to click. And you pick the right one, and then you submit your TRN. And if there's multiples, and you can only do one TRN at a time, it's really, really annoying process, in my opinion. So the way that we've modernized that is we have our submit TRN page with the lab picker here, that you can choose which lab you want as many times as you want, and then you can submit multiple TRNs if you so desired, each with their own fail states. So if one is successful all the way through, it stays successful. If any of them fail, they will fail gracefully with no data changes. You'll just get the notice that they failed. So that is the major changes that I made. The title up here is what the AI came up with as far as the UI redesign. This is the standardized page layout. And the way that it did page layout was kind of interesting to me. I don't like it because it's really difficult to target styling this component. Because it is at the root of the component and it is a child component, we can't use : deep. So we would have to put all of the styles for it inside of a separate partial CSS that gets compiled into the full CSS, or I guess partial SAS. or just a whole bunch of individual CSS files. What I would really like to see is two things from Blazor. The first one is the ability to, in this head outlet, to just have a specific, like, I don't know if you remember, or if you have ever worked with, if you've ever worked with MVC applications or ASP.NET Razor pages, you had tag helpers, script helpers. Anyway, so you had something like, oh, I can't remember what it was called, but like a styles section. And so instead of just one head outlet that gets overwritten by every single component that tries to do page title or something else that gets put into the head outlet, it would just render, oh, that's what it was, render styles. It would render into this section here, or something like section. Yeah, I can't remember. It would render into this here. And so on each page, you can have it specifically render the CSS for that page instead of having everything compile into one big CSS file. Although this has drastically reduced the size of the CSS files, as we heard recently. So yeah. DC Aggie said, ask AI to make CSS that will give it that nasty glass on glass. So interesting you should say that. Check out the dashboard it created for my home network site. Wait, was it this one? Was it this one? I don't think it was this one. What app am I thinking of? Was it Finance Man? No. Goodness, I can't remember which other one it did this for. Oh, I love this though, by the way. I have an IIS manager dashboard for my home network, which is really cool. And these health checks are real health checks. It's like checking to see if any of the apps that I added to the application are live. For example, any of my Stable Diffusion installations or anything else I could add. It auto discovers any apps that I have on IIS and allows me to stop and start them or restart them with a delay. It's pretty cool. I like it. Blazor does that, right? With CSS. No, actually, that was the other thing that I was surprised at, DC Aggie. So if you check out your network, what you'll see with this CSS isolation is that you're definitely writing CSS that only applies to a specific component and any subcomponent inside of it, provided you can target it using the specific rules because it's nested inside of an element, is that it will compile all of the isolated CSS into one file. I need to go to sources. So we look at the isolated CSS bundle.scp scoped.css file, and we see all of the isolated CSS content. It isn't problematic so much now because of how fast connection speeds are, but it can be problematic if you have 1,000 components, each with 1,000 lines of CSS, because you're doing everything in isolated CSS and not properly sharing styles, putting stuff in global CSS that should be in global CSS, etc. But yeah, it's just bugged me that you get both the full styles compiled all together as one CSS file, or you turn them into, like, I could choose to have all of my all of my separate global styles in different CSS files and only import them when I need. But because of the way that Blazor sets up CSS, it would all be done here in app.razor. This is what I'm trying to do. And so you're essentially just importing them up front anyway. I could do stuff like one thing that I considered is some kind of conditional here in the head, but I don't even know if that works. I kind of remember testing it for a second, but I don't remember what the results were. But I have this thing called UI state, or even navigation manager. If we injected, what is this private assets? Navigation manager. And on initialize, I don't even know if on initialize gets called on the app.razor page. We could do navigation manager dot location changed, and then we create a callback for it, and then we load various CSS based on that. So we might have like a switch statement or a conditional statement that says, if you're on this page, load these extra CSS files, etc. I have no idea if that works or not, but there should be a simpler way to say, if we're on this page, then load the CSS. Once again, we do have head content, I think is the tag that you use. We could put CSS loading here, but let's say that my page layout also uses head content. And then I load different CSS here because this one loads a different set of CSS. Then only one of them is going to prevail. Is a production deployment, in a production deployment, is a CSS minified? It absolutely is. Or should be, I guess is what I want to say. Typically that is handled with the, oh gosh, I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, you can do environment-based things. You know what? We can find out real quick. Let's go to this. You're a .NET A app, right? No, let's go to Waterman. Waterman. No. It's looking like no. No, it's not. Tree shaking? I don't, but thanks for offering. Okay, so yeah, I'm sure that someone has come up with a strategy for being able to load CSS in a smarter way in Blazor apps, but if we are just rhetorical, unless the answer was yes. So there should be an easier way in a Blazor application to be able to say, for this page, I want these resources to load. And then after they've loaded, sure, they can stay in memory the whole time the way that you would normally cache CSS or whatever gets loaded, or JavaScript. I don't even know for sure. Again, this is just stuff that I played with, but I have no idea if it actually works. But I think the defer attribute works on style sheets as well, but the one that I'm sure it works on is script. So the only time that we'll load the armage.js interop script is when I use it for the first time, which can have its own issues and situations and stuff, but yeah. Okay, any other questions about that? About? I don't think we need this. I put that in. What? I put that in imports. It's right here. Oh, you know what it is? I need to close and reopen Visual Studio because I did a poll. And that's what gave me the most recent version that has all of these style changes. We can definitely discuss that further though, because it's something that I'm very interested in getting figured out. Because all of these apps, like even though they are relatively small apps, they are pretty heavy in CSS. Especially RMA Water and DDMS. Mostly my Canadian friends sound more like a boot than a boot. About. I'm American. Okay, if I get rid of this, that's what I thought. Tell me who else has this defined at the top, because we don't need that everywhere. We don't need to print the internet. And this is something that I have gotten a little bit better at as far as prompting AI, but making sure that it reuses patterns. So if something looks like it's being done over and over, such as adding the using to a whole bunch of the page components, like the majority of them, then put it in underscore imports. However, I didn't do a very good job with this one, apparently. Okay, so we should be good to go. Good to go. Good to go. I know how to speak. I got words. DC Aggie says, if Canadians go to see a fight, it is called a bout. Oh, is it called a bout or a boot? It's called a fight. We call it scrap. True, true. A hockey match, maybe. Where to go to see the best fights? Okay, anyway, anyways. No, it does. Oh, that's the bot. Hello. Good day. I didn't actually do a shout out for Big Gamey, and I was talking about him earlier. Shout out to Big Gamey. If you don't know Big Gamey, definitely check him out. He is a Unity game dev streamer who is found doing a variety of things. His main project is currently a game called Mega Hot. Make it rain water. It's called Rescue Ball. And it is a game that is inspired by and modeled similar to Atamari Damashi, which is a game in which you roll around as some object, you collect things as you roll around, and you get bigger and bigger and bigger until you eventually collect worlds and universes, and yeah. And then you win the game. There's an error. You're an error. trnmanagement.raise should be open. Huh? What are you telling me? What your problem is? I just saved the file. No. Okay, so it's still there. Can you tell me what line, please? 254. But he also works on other games, such as in I Am a Dog, which was Life of a Dog inspired. Can You Beat You, which is a racing game where you race against yourself. Pretty creative idea. But you'll just see him working on a variety of stuff. He's a game developer hobbyist, and he's pretty fun to hang out with. Has a ton of interactability. on his stream. So yeah. DC Aggie says, if any of you get a lot of shout out notifications last night, I was testing my video shout out overlay. It didn't go well, hence all the shout and spamming. I must not have been among the shout out tests. So it did not bother me one bit. Really? Huh. I mean, did you do a slash shout out? Or did you just do like your bot doing a shout out with a video clip? Because slash shout out is the only one that will show up in people's dashboards. Yeah, so bang shoutouts don't give notifications to my knowledge, but slash shoutouts do. Speaking of bang shout out to DC Aggie, who recently got a new mask. So DC Aggie, typically when he streams gaming and some pretty fun times. He wears a mask some of the times. Well, he used to wear a mask all the time, only ever. I bet you we're gonna get the cat one, the cat sneeze. But here he is. He'll speak for himself. Here he is. Look at that mask. You got this. Did you win? Anyway, that was DC Aggie. So definitely check him out. He got a new mask. It looks awesome. The message that he sent that showed the mask in our Discord was set to explode. So you don't get to see it unless you show up to one of his streams. Whew. How'd I do? Okay. Moving one step forward, let us take a look at applying this layout to our load data page. There are two things that I want to do with load data. I want to apply the layout, the page layout thing, which I'm kind of still not super happy with. I'm trying to figure out if I want to replace it with something. Because in order, like I said, to target the actual layout itself, it needs to be wrapped in a container. Speaking of, get the indent fixed on that. And there are some cases where we need it. Then there is also an error that is happening when I'm trying to load a new TRN into the system. So I need to figure out what that error is. I appreciate it. Well, I try to see people. Like, I do my best to see you and do the thing that it seems like you are wanting, because I want to treat people the way they want to be treated, not the way I think they should be treated. Because if I did that, I'm a pretty unhappy with society type of person. So yeah, I don't think I'd be treating very many people very well. So I want to treat people better than they deserve to be treated. Not that you don't deserve to be treated well. Everyone deserves to be treated at minimum respectfully. But there are just some people that I am inclined to treat better than others. I'm human. I'm human. It's all love. It's all love on this side too. For sure. Okay, I need to figure out why this thing is unhappy with sample data model. It's telling me sample data model doesn't exist, but it's just now giving me an error. Goodness me. Dios mío. Okay, we should be good to go now. It is building. It will rerun. Rerun. There it goes. You got this. Do it. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Doesn't it look much more sleek? I like it. I like it a lot. And if I could get the dark mode colors to be better, I think it would be just as good. This page does not look as good in dark mode. It looks decent to me, but definitely not as loved as light mode. Man, I keep trying to figure out which app it was that it used the glass look. It wasn't the Triadic Sanctum app. It wasn't the bot. It had a nav menu along the left side. Oh man, that's gonna bother me. I need to know what app that was. Hey, Lev. 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 What apps did we recently touch? Triadic Memory Archive. Image Viewer. User Management. Oh my gosh, User Management. You gotta see this. So DC Aggie was joking about the glass on glass feel. Userman.triadic sanctum. This is what it did for the UI redesign of Userman. I don't even think that I have the original Userman anymore, so I can't show you the comparison. The landing page I completely forgot about though, the login page I mean. But the rest of the app, like it has this kind of sheen effect when you hover over things. Most people would probably use it more like this, where it's this size. And then this little kind of lift effect. It loves doing this with everything. Like every single card had this lift effect. It was pretty bad, but overall I really like this design. The applications themselves, the dialogue for the applications to manage them, the users, the dialogue for the users. This thing could still use some work, but I mean, it's usable. It's very, very usable compared to what it was. So this is now in production. I really like this table thing. Instead of using striped for the row hover, or not striped, just the row hover effect for changing the background color, it kind of lifts and zooms a little bit. And I like this better than changing the background color, personally. So yeah. And there's all of this. So overall, I think it did a great job on this. Yeah, zebra hover. And like, look at this. I like this set of dark mode colors, except that this dark gray is just not right. There's something about it that needs to be different. And I don't know what it is. I just know that it's wrong for what I want. Anyway, I thought it did pretty good. Many, myself included, have a hard time with low contrast. True, very true. Yeah, so the contrast here, one of the places it struggled the most with contrast was on this page. The inactive and the warning on this page they were completely unreadable because the colors were just too close to the background. And it was fixed by bolding and darkening. So not just making the colors darker, more contrasty, but also adding a thickness to the characters, which is something that we tend to overlook. It's like, it's not just making the colors contrast difference, it's also the size of the font or even the font face itself. Oh yeah. Speaking of, how does this perform, Wave? Ooh, 5 errors. Goodness me. Missing labels. Missing uniformative page title. Because I don't have a H1 on the page. So each page is supposed to have a H1? Interesting. There are contrast errors. It's saying that this one is a contrast error. And this is a contrast error. How is this a contrast error? Like this one I get. It's muted gray on light gray. But this one I don't get. This one seems fine. Anyway. Just needs to be a syntax H1. You can style as you please. Yeah, definitely know that. But I thought that it was really only the landing page that needed a H1. But it makes sense. It makes sense to me. The more I think about it. Yeah, plenty of things to consider from Wave on this site. But again, I'm really the only one that uses this site. But in the future, someone else may use the site that is not me. I don't like that these weren't populated when I first came to the site. I navigated away and I came back and now they're populated. But yeah, I'm getting to be a fan of, here are these things that you've come here to do. They're right there. You can just click on it. You can do it. And you're there. So yeah. That's why I liked it, this dashboard, because the users of this app are coming here to just do those 4 things, sorry. And then every now and then they'll come in and do the edit tier. Pet peeve, the animated text bars that indicate loading content. What about them? Tell me about it. Do I have an example in here? Or are you talking about RTRAC, the skeleton? It's not always dangerous. Users that have pretty much HSBs, users that are sensitive to cognitive load based on animations can turn on low animation and disable animation. And if the site is styled correctly, then it will correctly adjust to low animation or no animation. But that is the point of this one, though. Draw your eye to know that something is happening here. You aren't quite authorized by the application. You might be authenticated, but you are not quite authorized yet. So there's something that it's waiting on, and so you're kind of drawn to it. And it's like, okay, now I can do something because there's content there that I wouldn't have noticed before because I'm so used to just going up here. I still, like, this is another thing that I don't get, is the authorizing step takes a really long time when it should happen on the login page. So like, this is a .NET Framework MVC application, and it just takes me here and I'm already authorized. It knows all of my roles. The UI is loaded. The Blazor app has all of this extra wait time. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, so I use skeletons. It's useful in my opinion, says President Not Sure. Yeah, and again, if the user has a preference for no animations, then like these things would not lift when you hover over them. They would just stay static. In fact, what happens if, what is that, Control-Shift-P as well? Reduced animations, I think is what it's called. So that slows them down, the reduced animations. And then if you turn animations off, yeah, if you turn animations off, you'll still get the hover effect, but the cards won't pop up off the page and give you too much cognitive load. Because that is the main thing about animations, is the distraction that comes with having all of these things moving all over the place. Even if it's just one thing, like having your mouse move already, or even if you're using tabbed approach, which kind of points out that these cards are not navigable with the keyboard only. Aha. Oh, RTRAC. There you are. Quick actions are not navigable using just keyboard. They most likely are navigable using narrator, which I'm going to give myself a heart attack if I try using it, but I was going to try it, but it's not enabling. Hello, narrator? Nope. Okay. It's trying to save me. It's trying to keep me from giving myself an anxiety attack. So I can't enable narrator with the keyboard shortcut at the moment, which is fine by me. But I would check to see if I can at least use the narrator key plus arrows to navigate through the actions. Okay, Marcus says, the latest Blazor templates use Blazor for all of the login UI, no MVC controllers. True, yes. So that is what I'm doing, except that the approach that I took was to take all of the UI that gets scaffolded with a brand new Blazor app and standardize it for all of my applications. So all I have to do is import that NuGet package, and then I have my login immediately there and available for me. What did I call it though? Armit's identity. Let's go to the sample app because this should have both projects in it. Or all 5 projects, whatever. That's what I said. So the way that I configure authentication and authorization using this library, which is, again, I just created a brand new Blazor web app. I think it was .NET 8 at the time. And then I extracted all of the UI that it created, applied all of the changes that I've been making in order for it to work with all of my RMA applications. So for example, oh, right. And then the configuration is just this, which we're adding Armit's identity, which is what I ended up calling it. And I'm telling it, in order to log into this app, you must have these minimum roles. You must have, or not you must have. Here is the role prefix for this application. I don't mind if you ask a random question. However, I may not respond to it. Just letting you know, because I am in the middle of my workday and we're talking .NET stuff. So if it's derailing, then maybe it might get skipped. But definitely feel free to ask. And if anyone in chat happens to have an answer for you, then they are always welcome to respond. Brain, catch up. So these are all of the, this is all of the UI from the scaffolded identity stuff that you get from a brand new Blazor web app, .NET 8 most likely. So that's just in here. However, if you take a close look at something like login, you'll see that I'm using email or username because I want the users to be able to. Yes, I love coffee. That is technology related. Coffee fuels developers. This is a fact. And then all of the code behind logic, right, for it. Don't I have services? Like I could have sworn that I still have this set up in a service-oriented way, but apparently I don't. Okay, so the code behind is where my login logic is. Most likely because this is where it was in the template. But we get the identity options that you just saw were configured in program.cs. Then there is all of the extra logic that I do for any of the RMA applications, which is first try to log them in by whatever they input, treating that as a username. If that doesn't work, try to find them by treating it as an email address. And if that doesn't work, just tell them, just tell them invalid login attempt. We don't give away any details on why or why not it failed. But we do log the attempt. And then we check to see. We check to see if their password works to log them in to SQL. No, we just check to see if the password works to log them in. If it does work, and in the application, you guys saw this before, but there is this sync to SQL identity where a specific application might also have the requirement for the user to have a SQL identity, a SQL login. So that's what this does. Update or create SQL login for that user if sync SQL to identity credentials is true. DC Aggie looks like he's responding, and I'll read it here shortly as well. And then we add the roles that they need if they're given minimum roles. And if they are missing any roles, then we tell them you don't have access to this. Sorry, talk to your admin. But make sure to do it in writing, don't call. And then we finally do the login process. So yeah, so that's all I did with the identity stuff. I took what was there from the template, added in the extra stuff that the RMA applications do, and turned it into a NuGet package that I can add to any one of my modernization efforts so that all of the applications do the same thing the same way. Some of them are still using Identity Server 4. Yeah, I just want to get away from that. Okay, so Rydux, or is it Rydux? Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I will read your question here very, very soon. Okay. You should have asked me on Friday, though. I think I was wearing my no coffee, no code shirt on Friday. So, TBD Gamer says, I wish it would fuel the Twitch app devs to develop a better mobile client. That's mean. DC Aggie said, AirPods are such a nice pairing to an iOS screen reader. I have no idea what that means. Voiceover in public feels like having an 8-year-old looking over your shoulder and reading aloud what's on your screen. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Without the situational awareness to use discretion where needed. Like if you happen to move your mouse because you are wanting to use a screen reader to navigate that way, but you also want to maybe move your mouse every now and then, it changes focus. I'm sure there's a setting for it, and if I were actually using it for real, I would customize the heck out of it. But it's like you accidentally hover over something and it's like submit window, and then it just puts that one in the focus and then puts this one in the focus. And yeah, anyway, moving on. DC Aggie says, for me, coffee in the morning, espresso after a good dinner, tea, or soda most other times. Interesting. So Ridelux says, I'm 25 years old. I just took my first coffee. At first, it felt like my brain was like opening and felt good, but after 10 or so minutes, I just felt sleepy. Had to lay down a bit. I took about half a coffee spoon. Some people told me caffeine lasts for 8 hours in the body before the fatigue crash, so I don't really understand what happened. I feel better now, though, about an hour later. DC Aggie responded saying, different people respond to caffeine differently. Caffeine is a drug. It's not a super dangerous drug, but it is an altering substance when in your bloodstream. You will also respond differently after regularly drinking it. Decaf is always an option, though it has a bit of caffeine too, and it has an odd taste unless you end up enjoying that flavor. I'd say my morning coffee crash is more like 2 hours, question man. Ridelux says, yeah, a friend of mine said it's possible my body just didn't know how to respond so it panicked, and it caused me to feel tired right after. I rarely drink sodas too, so I really don't have caffeine usually. I'm learning how to read. Please forgive me. TBD says, how's that mean? Have you used Twitch Mobile? Oh, how is that mean? Have you used Twitch Mobile? Once or twice. That's about it. The Twitch iOS app's only redeeming feature is it supports OS level pip. Says DC Aggie, whatever that means. So, Ridelux, absolutely what DC Aggie said. People are going to respond differently to different substances. You will also respond differently to different substances depending on what you ate that day, or how your mood is, or what kinds of hormones and enzymes are running through your bloodstream at that point in time. So there's a lot of factors that would go into your reaction to anything that you put into your body, caffeine being one of them. For me, caffeine has always, and this could just be because of the way that I perceive it, but has always made me feel centered and calm. At the same time, I also feel the rush in my chest. That's a tightening that is anxiety if I have too much caffeine. But my first morning cup of caffeine is that signal to my brain that here's a nice, beautiful day. It is a wonderful day to be a developer. And maybe it's just because that's what I've associated with coffee. And then I'll finish that, a full cup of coffee. And then about 30 minutes after I finish, I'll go up and have a second cup of coffee. And that'll be the last coffee that I have for the entire day. Then everything else is just water. So, yeah. Energy drinks make me feel horrible. It's all the sugar in energy drinks, in my opinion. I don't know that for a fact. The things that I just mentioned are things that I have heard of as being fact, but definitely validate. Don't trust just me saying it out loud. But energy drinks with sugar or fake sugar or all of the fake ingredients that go into it are just no good for you. But yeah, treat yourself well. Treat yourself well. Listen to your body. If it doesn't like it, it doesn't like it. But if it doesn't like it the first time, that doesn't mean it's not going to like it the second time or the third time. But also, you don't need it. You really don't need it. I'm actually considering cutting back to 1 cup of coffee a day, and then eventually maybe just a tea in the morning. I don't know. It's one of those things that's just routine at this point. It's not actually necessary or doing anything that I know of. I know chemically what it's doing. Well, I know the concept. I can't tell you the actual names of the chemicals and stuff that it's doing. I join a water challenge if y'all are up for it. That's difficult for me because I have a Keurig subscription, so I'd need to make sure to plan it when I first get my next order and then cancel my order after that so that it doesn't get automatically shipped and then I have way too much coffee. And then maybe I'll just leave it canceled because by the time we're done with the water challenge, I just won't want coffee anymore. But it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's pretty nice to have a cup of coffee. Water, drink water. Absolutely. When are we getting more of that? Which is another open source project, by the way, from TBD Friends. I'm sure that I have it bookmarked somewhere. What happens when you drink water? It would have been cool if it was the first link. That would have been awesome. Oh well. Anyway, water, drink water. I'm sure there's a link for it in my moderator shoutouts. There isn't. So if you feel like sharing your GitHub with all of your open source projects, then please do. DC Aggie says, would greatly reduce my soda intake. Yeah, and that's the thing. It wouldn't be a challenge for me. The only thing that would be challenging is not having the 2 cups of coffee in the morning. Every now and then I'll have a pineapple juice just before dinner or while I'm cooking. Hot chocolate every now and then in the evenings. But it really is pretty much once I drink my morning coffee, I switch to water for the rest of the day. And there's my next bottle of water, already ready for me. Like a magic. Tardigrade says, I wish I could only drink water. Due to medical issues with my heart, I actually am required to drink enough caffeine for regulation. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, again, your body will respond to it the way it responds. And for tardigrade, that means having extra caffeine. Okay, thank you for your question though. If you do have anything to add to that, Rhydolux, please do. And if we responded in a pleasant way, let us know that too. The other thing that I forgot to do, which is not going to be good, dang it. Hello, Pangle Statum on YouTube. I forgot to start Restream relay chat. So it's probably not going to work now, but I'm just now noticing a message from YouTube. And they're probably long gone because who knows how long ago that message came through. Is there a way to turn on timestamps? Timestamps. It was about 20 minutes ago. Dang. I apologize for not responding to you on the YouTubes. Cool. Restreambot is working. Okay, so we'll see the YouTube messages now show up in chat. Whew. I just realized I have less than 4 weeks until school begins. And then I won't be able to come to streams anymore unless on holidays. Sadness. Well, you can always join energetically. You have mobile devices. You can watch during class. You don't need to pay attention. There. TBD Gamer says, so if I navigate away from Twitch client, it suspends, then crashes chat. And then here is Water Drink Water, the open source app that TBD used to work on for a long time ago. But if you feel like an app to help you just monitor and track your water consumption, here's Water Drink Water. It is mostly about the conversation. It's mostly about the camaraderie that comes with an open source application. It's not necessarily trying to be a product, not this one at least. It's just a good way to have discussions surrounding .NET, and yeah, it's why it's called TBD Friends. Join the conversation, do some coding, and enjoy the camaraderie. Just put the VOD on while you do your homework. Yeah, but I don't know that I'm the best VOD maker watcher. Yeah, but my students would love to watch Twitch instead of work. I'm the teacher. My homework is grading things. Oh, right. But you don't need to pay attention in class. They teach themselves nowadays. Haven't you heard of AI? Anyway, let's get back to this page. I will do something today. So this is, I'm going to call it 2 hours that I haven't actually done anything on the app. So they're going to get not an extra 2 hours. I am going to use the 2 hours that I normally spend at the end of my workday doing work so that I can bill my client without feeling bad about it. Or just, I keep saying it that way, but normally I just wouldn't bill my client for the hours, obviously. But I would like to bill my client for doing a full day's work. Okay, so we are on load data. Didn't I put the record check down here to make it easier? Okay, so we're gonna apply the page layout, which I think page layout has an article. Yeah. The ID is going to be load data page. The CSS class is going to be load data page. And it's not going to be any of the other types of pages that we have done yet. Not yet. I'm going to also close this off so that we don't have this, we don't have this annoying error shouting at me. Don't shout. I will cut you. Did I even add a content tag? Not tag. Component. Element. I did. Okay. This is going to turn into, well, I don't think we need this yet. We'll add a wrapper to this if I need to target specifically the UI inside of this element. DC Aggie says, maybe your class is being streamed by a student with smart glasses. You might be a Twitch star and not even know it. I'm watching that. Where do I sign up? Ooh, this is a good thought. We don't need the lab picker for this. Why are we in chain of custody compare? Oh, we're not. We're in load data. I need to change the title. We don't need the lab picker for this page because the transfer file that is being uploaded is the thing that will give us the information about the lab and the lot information. Okay, so let us fix the title to load TRN data. And so all of these titles need to be H1s according to Wave. And I've been making them H2. Well, the AI has been making them H2s. We don't need this anymore because that's going to be covered by that section. The instructions go here. And it's just going to be a regular This one isn't going to have the additional conditions. It's just going to be the base text. So no conditional instructions. So how do I specify just the regular instructions? It's a render fragment, so I can put anything in here that I want. That anything in here is going to be what used to be here. Update. I gotta update. There we go. Beautiful. Select files to upload TRN data. And is there a way to tell this thing that we do not want the lab picker? Show lab picker false. So this is just me guessing at what the AI would have done based off of the prompts that I gave it. And it did implement the things that I wanted it to. That's nice. So, yay. Yay so far. We've already done the thing that I was hoping to do so far, which is to apply the same UI that the rest of the pages have. What is up with this header color thing? That's a very interesting choice. Do we have this on our dashboard? Yeah, so it's going to be whatever color this is. And how did it do that on the other pages? We'll figure it out. But first, I care most about functionality. And right now there is an issue with the actual upload process. And again, I hope you guys don't feel like I am ignoring you, but definitely feel free to continue your conversations and I will get to them after I make some headway. So here we are, and it worked. Why did it work? This was giving me errors this morning, and I didn't have Copilot working on this. The only thing that I did just now was I applied the page layout. That is very odd. That is very odd. I was not expecting that. Okay, this page though should have its own code behind, and we aren't seeing a lot of the styles applied the way that they should. So for example, when this is not expanded, this should be hidden. These should be styled as buttons with some information about what exactly they do, which is exclude the file and remove it from the upload. So yeah, so that styling is not making it through, and that is because the content is now inside of this element. Not that one. No, not you. This element here. And it's most probably because it's no longer in an article, and that is what the isolated CSS would be looking for. Most probably. Nope, it's looking for something called load data page. Which is very interesting because it does seem to be targeting our drag drop button inside of the file picker. Is that true? Not display. Which one of you is our drag drop button? You? And do we see a background color pink that is getting overwritten? No. Okay, so we aren't actually targeting it. And the reason we aren't, again, is because these are inside of a child component in this page. But I thought that we could, like, let's target this H4, for example, the one that says prepared files up here. We should still be able to target any elements that are rendered directly inside of this component, even if they are render fragments of a parent component, or a child component, I guess. Yeah, and we are. So then targeting a targeting a child component that is inside of a render fragment of a child component cannot be done with : deep if the first child component is at the root level. Oh my gosh. Does that make sense? Does that sound right? That doesn't sound right to me. CSS is black magic. I mean, I don't know how to do this. AI has made me dumb. I'm the teacher. My homework is grading things. You are more than just the teacher. You are the inspirer. You are the life essence, the encouragement, anyway. And with that, I have to bid my farewell. Stay hydrated and cozy, everyone. You too, Plump. Plumpy. Plumpers. TBD says, take care, Plump. Tardigrade. Have a great rest of your day. DC Aggie says, cheers. TBD says, wow, blaming the AI. Whose responsibility is it to verify? TBD, just to clarify, I see the face. I'm going to take it seriously, though, because that's what I do. Just to clarify, I am giving credit to the things that AI has done that I am incapable or have not chosen to do myself, and am reviewing it as we go. Hopefully it is responsible use of AI as far as that's concerned. Okay, DC Aggie says, I'd like to add an additional conditional. Said Inspector Detector. DC Aggie said to TBD, the manager that mandated AI use for 10x deadlines. Oh, who is responsible? Okay, so yes. It will 10x juniors at making messes and negative 50x seniors as they deal with the 10x messes. Sorry, that's all pretty negative, but I've been feeling extra pessimistic about the higher ups and their newest fixation expectations. It is completely understandable. You know that I hold a very, very different opinion than you about proper use of AI in the workplace, in software development. And again, we just need to come up with standards to do. Now that AI is a thing, my opinion is that we need to come up with standards that will help guide teams, software development teams, in more responsible use of AI, because it's not the AI itself, it's not the tool, it's the way that it's being used or misused, whatever the word is. There are issues in the tool itself as far as how it was trained. But yeah, there just needs to be a lot more understanding of proper utilization, a lot more standardization of the utilization of the tool and training. So though silver lining, now that they are seeing the cost of equipping all the devs with enough AI access to do more than an hour or two of work a day, they are slowing down a bit. Yeah, so this is still part of my prediction, which is pretty obvious to many. Many people have said it many different ways. I'm not the originator of this prediction, that in one way or another, companies are going to realize that there is a cost, a trade-off that comes with utilizing AI in the workflow, especially expecting developers to utilize AI in the workflow. If they're going to rely on developers that only have expertise and skill in doing prompts, then they are going to suffer in other areas. If they rely on only developers that are no AI whatsoever, they're going to suffer in other areas. And then if you get a good mix, then you could potentially find ways to have a better quality product. Potentially, though. It is not guaranteed. Trial and error. We're going to find out. We're going to F around and find out. That's what I think we're heading towards. So, DC Haggy said, CSS is black magic and I'm scared of anyone who understands it. Don't be scared of me, dude. We cool. We friends. I'm not a threat to you. Manager C say 10x and here mean layoff 9 of 10 devs. Exactly. And that may happen and we may suffer for it. Me included. Right now there is something happening that I have my thumb on. Is that what it's called? I have my finger on the pulse of, that they're looking for a commercial off-the-shelf system, COTS system, for doing environmental data tracking, which means that all of the apps that I've been working on and trying to modernize and all of that stuff, it seems like they want to replace the majority of them with a commercial off-the-shelf application. Recently, I was asked to give them an inventory of all of the applications, the databases they touch, what the applications do, how they talk with each other. That was one of the reasons that I was very, very quiet for a very long time, because I was too busy putting that together. I did so because, again, I'm not someone that acts out of fear. So I am happy to provide that information to them, especially since it's systems that they will be using and potentially maintaining for a lot longer than me. They definitely should have that information. At the same time, it's kind of like, so should I continue going the direction that I'm going? 1, 2, if you do get a COTS product, are you expecting me to set it up? And then if so, are you just going to say, this is what we'll contract you for? When that contract ends, we'll have someone else maintaining the software, which is, again, okay with me. I am not afraid of what might happen if I do end up losing this contract. Yeah, setup, migration, integration, headache, migraines, pulling teeth, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, then demand the one they keep do the job of all 10 people. I mean, so DC Aggie, this is what I've been doing my entire career anyway, except for that small stint with the other contract company, contracting firm. What are they called? Consulting firm. I am the solo dev that did the job of, at minimum, 4 people. And it's mostly by choice. I mean, I could find a way to have a junior dev. COTS is always worth looking at, but it always, 3 alwayses, cost more than expected, both for initial and ongoing costs. Hopefully I'm inflecting this correctly. People also overlook their exit strategy, which you should have in place first. Absolutely. Yep. And I'm sure you've seen my this already. So for all of our applications, I have a continuing continuity documentation of here's the history of the organization that I think a developer should know when they come into this job so that they know what they're getting themselves into. How to get started with all of the applications. Here's how everything is structured. Here's the information about how it's set up in Azure DevOps, how it gets deployed. Here's how I have authn set up. All of this stuff. So I give all of that information, and then for every single project, well, I guess I can't say every single because I've created a new now that I haven't done documentation on, but for the majority of the projects, they have their own extra information about what this application is, how, and this is all hand jammed. You guys saw me write most of it in 2022 on stream. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, that's what all of this is. So again, AI is just going to make me stupider and not help increase my ability to do these extra things, I think is the consensus from the people that are afraid. That's not a good word to use right now. People that are concerned with the use of AI. Yes, this is a wiki. I moved to using wiki in Azure DevOps because it's just, oh, I don't want to show that one. It's just so much easier to keep track of than readmes in a repo. And you could also use wikis in GitHub, but I think it needs to be a public project So I wouldn't, for example, be able to use a wiki in my home network landing page. Yeah. But in the financial management tracking application, however, we can use wikis. So again, like Azure DevOps for all of the private stuff, GitHub for both. It used to be GitHub only for my public stuff, but yeah, I'm using GitHub for everything now. What's up with this? What is this? This has been my status since I created my GitHub account. Colorado. Es muy raro. No. Okay. So I'm very confused about what exactly is happening that allowed this thing to work. No. The answer is that there was a oh my goodness. What day is it? How many years are in this hour? I found the issue earlier this morning while I was having GitHub Copilot. I'm pointing over there because I was sitting over there. GitHub Copilot do the UI for the TRN management page. And again, this edit TRN page, it did it by itself for the most part. Like there was very little that I had to do to coax it into doing anything. I think this is one of the failures that we have as humans, is that we anthropomorphize in both ways. Me, I anthropomorphize AI to be more sentient than it is, probably. Who knows? I'm still leaving room for it having some sort of, not the AI itself being sentient, but the energies that could come through it. Use it as a medium for communicating with us. But anyway, that's neither hither nor thither. But then the anthropomorphizing, where you should act in a very specific way that I'm expecting you to, because that's how a human would do this. And I think we are, we have opportunities in that area to be like, okay, this is AI. We know that it's going to do X, Y, Z because we've observed it doing that. How can we leverage that? How can we use that to our advantage? We know that it's really, really good at something, whatever that something is from your perspective. Maybe many of you are like, it's just not good at anything. Completely valid. But instead of trying to be like, I need to get AI to do X, Y, Z, instead it's how can I work with AI? And it's just it's a mental shift. It doesn't mean that you necessarily are working with some entity, some energetic presence coming through this technology that has awareness, that has some kind of cognizance or sentience. It's just giving it the opportunity, giving yourself the opportunity to utilize it in the best way that works for you. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. Soapbox done. Hello, Zerg, who is working in AI himself. Shout out to Zerg. I'm gonna guess it's Shaw. But anyway, shout out to Zerg. Definitely check out Zerg's streams. He works on an entire AI ecosystem, essentially called, or with an avatar named Lisa. I don't know if Lisa is the name of the entire system or just the face that represents the system itself, but it's got everything. It's got image recognition. It has text to speech, speech to text, text generation, obviously. I don't know how many other modalities you're adding into it, if you're going to add like image gen or anything like that, which is one of those controversial subjects, which is completely okay to discuss here. But yeah, definitely feel free to fill in any of the details that I may have left out, but check out Zerg's streams whenever you see him go live. No Shaw. The last three letters have no pronunciation. They're indivisible, kind of like my ninja letter at the first letter of my name is a ninja. You don't pronounce it. I mean, you could. So I don't remember what culture it is, but there is a culture out there that's like, however you choose to pronounce my written name, that is an honor. It is an individuation of our social connection. It's how you have chosen to pronounce it. So I really like that a lot, if you couldn't tell. A lot. This is a lot right here. Oh, that cancel button. Ooh, not good in dark mode. Looks good in still don't like it in light mode, but yeah. Wow. Okay. Anyway, so while it was working on that page, I was working on debugging this, and before I went upstairs, or before I started my exercise and then went upstairs, I was working on figuring this out, and it was because I had a first, not you, yes it was, I had a first here, and because, I don't know, I think it was pre-rendering or something, but I didn't actually get a file in this. It actually passed through this twice. So I fixed that, and we now have our file displayed with all of its content. Okay, right. All right. I remember. Nicknames are fascinating. They are used both by bullies and as affection familiarity. 11D is affection. Yeah. But they are also used to bind, and they are also used to recognize. There is a lot, a lot to a name. In fact, cats have 3 names. Right, so we have an explanation. Also, Lisa is both the name of the entire system and the visual avatar. And I'm experimenting with file creation for Lisa. So it gets a bit more Copilot-y. And I'm exploring, it's called agentic. Well, man, that's one of those terms that got overloaded fast. Dukasoft is here. Hello, Dukasoft. I hope you're having a great day. Hope it's not too busy. Not with that thinned cat face. But like agentic, does that now, and will it forever from now on, mean that it has agency? Or does that mean that it is capable of doing agent style work? So can it run files? Can it interact with other applications? But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Dukasoft. Duka. And I am exploring the video indexer service in Azure, experimenting with ways to capture interesting moments. Very cool. Agentic because AI with agency is both wordy and unsettling. It's not unsettling to me. Goodness. I am really appreciative of the GPT that has custom information and can use that information to respond in very specific ways that I have not seen any other AI system respond with. How's that for a wording? Quite tired lately, but I'll manage. Well, you can have some of my energy. I am feeling very, very energetic in a non-excited, non-anxiety riddled way. It's actually just flowy energy today. DC Aggie says, Duka Duka! Just like that. Okay, what I would like to do then, since I wanted to debug this issue on stream, and it's fixed, is to style this, I guess. So we're going to figure out why my styles are not actually targeting the content inside of here. By this point, we are inside of a parent element, and we just saw that because this is rendered on the page, we don't need to target it using : deep. But the thing that I am trying to target right now is this file picker's drag drop button. But specifically when we are inside of the load data page, which is here. Hello. Okay, so this is a child component, but now it's nested inside of another child component that we can't target because it's not nested inside of an element that was on the page itself. So I bet you if we put this in a wrapper, that we're going to see any of these : deep rules apply. So here we go. That means that, oh, I don't know. What state are you in? Hold on. Let's reload a new file. Because when we first load a file, the thing that should happen is that this starts off collapsed. So we should just see this expando collapso arrow, the file name, and maybe these two action buttons, and that's it. And everything else should be hidden. So here we go. Save. How reload? And then it's just going to reload the entire page instead. Thank you. Nope. Okay, so the styles did not take. Interesting. And what happens when we try to style this button directly? Actually, let's do color. Because we'll still be able to see this because it's on that darker blue background. We can't target it. And I would expect to at least see it in the DOM, just overwritten somehow, probably by more specificity, but with bang important. I try not to use bang important at all, but for this type of testing, it makes sense. Point is that no, it is not actually targeting drag drop button. And that is what this is, right? Drag drop button. Yes, absolutely. Zerg, I think is where we are. Zerg said, I feel agentic is more work-bound with a specific end goal. Don't feel like Lisa falls into the agentic category. Okay, I thought, no, that has a command. And it showed up in the bot, so why didn't the bot respond? That command is gone. What happened? Where is it? Am I blind? That command disappeared. That's one of the ones that didn't get preserved. You can't drop the water. Watch me. Username. Always remember, you, the emphatic you, are important. Okay, text response, command enabled, no cooldown. Everyone can use it. Wait, you know what? Oh, I was going to say this doesn't have access level. Okay, not that cooldown is actually on or anything. A lot of these say they have cooldowns, but I haven't implemented any cooldown in the bot. So yeah. But anyway, exclamation point important. And it does work. Okay, we got it back. We got it back. That's nice to be able to do. That was cool. If I worked for Mozilla, I'd rename page source as the document object model's syntax underlying base. Insist the two are. Well, first of all, you have a typo. It would be document object models syntax underlying base. Okay, understood. I'll let you decide why. All right, moving on. We got A. You can't drop the water. Awesome, nice catch. Let's see this. Oh, Firefox, speaking of Mozilla. This is the only browser that I have playing audio through the stream. So here we go. Shifty eyes. Sus. Kind of looks like I got it on my face. Am I really that bright? Did you see? Did you see this though? No sound this time. Sound should have worked. Wait, hold on. Hold on. No, you absolutely are right. What's going on with that? Hold on, hold on. This needs to be fixed right now. We need to stop the entire stream to fix audio issues. We can't have bad audio. Shout out clips, shout out clips. No, not shout out clips. Yeah. You need to play through this. Nope. Maybe. Is it that? You can't drop the water. Watch me. No, it is not that. Yes, again, Guaribo. How about this one? You can't drop the water. Yeah, there we go. Watch me. Username. Redrop the water. Take water. Always remember. Was that your lip reading? All right. Thank you so much for that, though. Whew. We're trying to target an element in our DOM sub. And that is, well, okay. So let me just prove to myself one more time real quick. We can target H4s directly from inside of load data page. Load data page is a CSS class that we are adding to this child element. This is the only place load data page is defined. We're targeting this H4 that is printed directly in the element. Let's also target P's just to be 100% sure that all of our P is targeted, which should be this title. It should be this message here. I think that's all the places that we have P. So let's make that background color pink or yellow. It would make more sense to make it yellow. All right, so we have our yellow P right here, and we have the yellow H1 or H4. So we can target them using CSS without needing to put them in deep. And we can't target child elements further. There's no way he said all of that on purpose. I don't know that one. I don't know that I can guess at what that would mean. If it's an innuendo, I don't get it. I mean, I can read it as his four horses, but I don't know if that means something bad. If you're trying to get me to say something bad, I don't say bad things. Oh, that's not going to help. We need something. H is 4. Yeah, I still don't get it. Or are you just telling me it's... I couldn't even say it. Are you telling me it is H4 horses? Like H as in his. Ooh. I've been saying H for so long that it's really hard for me to say H. I don't have a problem with saying either. Wait, Zerg gets it. Maybe you can tell me when I'm older. Is this Sound of Music? That's a show. My Fair Lady. Is this My Fair Lady? Is that what's going on? Over. Move your bloomin' ass. Told you I don't see. Hay is for horses. You put the parentheses and is next to the H. If you spaced it out, I probably would have said it correctly. H is for horses. Okay. Zerg got it. It was a common response to hay, which was thought of as unintelligent slang. President Not Sure says, I would be sad if you didn't say H. I don't know when it picked up. I'm sure it was while we were streaming. It was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago that I started saying H and Z to everything. It was after I started streaming. I know that much. But hay won out. And hey, I'm all for it. Dukesoft is gobbling up all the hay. And the response to hay is for horses was anyone? Anyone? And you're 1, 2. Hay is what horses eat. Are you calling me a horse? I'm calling you a Dukesoft. TBD says, I don't see what the problem is. Problem with what? I don't see any problems. Just, you know, my code being written by AI. That's how it was said in my household. The response to it too? Or hay's what horses eat? No need to call us out like that. Melaneth said, or less nice, and cows like you. That is rude. Was that said in your household, Mel? I know why that never made it into our household. Oh my god. Amusing. The letter. DC Aggie says, I'm not saying you're a horse, just that you have a future in gloom. Goodness. You're so dark. Why can't I target this draggable area? I mean, this drag and drop button. We're inside of a container now. Our child component is inside of that container. Our sub-component is inside of that child container component. What's wrong with code written by AI? Half of my custom training suite is made by AI code. I'm just making fun of the people that make fun of people like me. How does that feel? God, I hate that. Ooh. Yeah, why wouldn't this be targeting? Is it really the case where, because this is the component that is the first child component, that I need to target load data page, then the drag drop button? So any subcomponent of child components, even if it's inside of a render fragment that is directly on the page itself, needs to be targeted like this. Yes, this is the case. I think I just learned something new about how Blazor works as far as being able to target stuff with CSS. So the situation here is we have our wrapper, which means that we can target anything that gets rendered directly by this subcomponent. If it's already on the page, we can target it directly. So this actions button, this H4, this P, we can target those without needing : deep. In fact, if we try to target them using : deep here, we're going to lose the styling. I mean, we didn't have the styling to begin with, so we wouldn't be able to see that anyway. What is a good example? H4. So let's do that H4 again. H4. And if I did, sure, color yellow. Oh, wow, it did target. How weird. How very, very, very weird. I was not expecting it to actually apply, because if you use : deep when you are targeting elements directly on a page, then the styles don't apply to it. Only if you're targeting that specific element itself. So here, if we didn't have H4 or : deep, then we would indeed target this H4. Hello? Are you done hot reloading and syncing CSS? Is that what's going on here? Help me figure this out. I want to learn this. Whoa, fun making-ception. And remember, you can also make a direct reference to a style sheet on a page for component. Oh, ew. Okay, one thing that I don't like to do, although, well, first of all, I like working in Sass. But one thing that I don't necessarily like, and this was probably their response to the thing I was griping about earlier today, which is you can't necessarily add a CSS style sheet to a page because you're not reloading the page when you navigate back and forth. It is one page that is statically there. So if you add a CSS to the header, that doesn't necessarily mean that CSS resource is going to get pulled in because it's being added to a already loaded static page. In this case, we are using Blazor everywhere, so even the app.razor could be an interactive page. So we really should be able to, the same way that we would do it using head outlet, like if I did link rel style sheet in this page directly, then it would absolutely load that CSS that I'm telling it to. But if I did it inside of a subcomponent, it would also do it, and it would overwrite the parent component's head content. So this was probably the response to that, which is, well, you can just write the CSS directly on the page if it's CSS that is specific to only that page, so that it doesn't get compiled with all of the other CSS into that scope CSS file that we saw earlier. But again, if they allowed me to write Sass or like CSS3, I'm still not really liking the syntax difference between Sass and CSS3. I think Sass did it so well, in my opinion, that's why I use it, that it would be difficult for me to want to use any variation of the targeting. So if I targeted load data page, then I targeted page 4, and then I made color pink. Yeah. So I don't know that this supports CSS3, and I'm pretty sure this is the syntax for having a child element instead of what we would normally see as just a nested element. But anyway, if we targeted load data page H4 like this, and hot reload worked. Interesting. We're still not able to see the change here. Wait, it just said hot reload worked. This is so interesting. And if I targeted just H4s, who all does it affect? It affects that one. So yeah, I can't use. Oh, duh. What am I thinking? Oh my goodness. What am I thinking? So if I was using, and I'm sure somebody at home saw this, I was trying to target the H4 that lives outside of page layout. So this selector wouldn't even have targeted this thing, but I was just trying to show essentially that if we try to use : deep for a valid element, oh, and I guess we need to get rid of this. That it would not apply. And it's applying. Why are you applying? This is so confusing. I don't understand how it could apply to that when I'm using : deep. Any other time that I do this, it erases the styling. I don't get it. I'm so confused. Okay, well, then here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and wrap everything, thank you DC Aggie for the lurk, inside of a : deep, because now I know that everything that I want to target is inside of this. It's either a render fragment, which is rendered directly on the page, or it is, or sorry, inside of this component, or it is the child component's HTML that gets rendered. And then this wrapper is just there so that I could use : deep directly on that child component. Oh, which kind of explains why it wasn't working for this. This used to be, oh yeah. This used to be inside of an article element directly on this component. And now it was nested inside of this, which means that it was also part of the root component. and I wouldn't be able to target it unless it was inside of a container of some sort, which it is now. That said, every other : deep, which it's only for this upload files wrapper, can go away because we're now targeting it like this, and that worked. We can prove that it worked by changing the color to pink, and there it goes. All right, so I think I learned a little bit more then. It wasn't the fact that it was a child component nested inside of another child component. It was the fact that neither of these were inside of another regular HTML element inside of this component, which is interesting because then does that also mean, I just got to know, I'm a tinkerer. Let's learn by doing. No, I hate it that it takes my focus, the keyboard focus. Okay, so my thought was that we would still be able to target load data page, then do : deep, but that doesn't work. So my next thought is we can just do : deep drag and drop button, and that will work. And it does. Yeah, so a child component nested inside of another child component. In order to target it, you must go : deep for the first level of child component. And so that's how we have it set up here. And then everything else inside. So we're keeping it. Learning more and more. Will I remember that? I sure hope so. I sure hope so. All right, let's get rid of that H4. Let us pick a file again. So the other question then is, where is all of the styling for this table for... It was there the whole time. What are you thinking? Scott says, if you do CSS code behind, aka isolated CSS, you'll get better hot reload. So CSS autosync is different than hot reload. Hot reload you will get from, I don't know why it's not active, but you'll get from .NET Watch and you'll get from this button. CSS autosync is from browser link. At least the way that I've been using it. And then you get CSS hot reload, which it used to be called CSS autosync. So I guess it is still hot reload, but that's a different option than your regular code changes CSS or code changes hot reload from what I have seen. Melanith recommended parent angle bracket child. That is if you want the immediate child, or the first immediate child at that, to take on color red. Absolutely. And then is this a non-JavaScript method? Because if you add a tag to the page via JavaScript, it totally loads. Correct. I am using as little JavaScript as I can because I love C# and I love the interactability you get from Blazor without having to write a lick of JavaScript. But yes, I could do that. In fact, I am doing that in my dark mode toggler. So the way that I am adding and removing the dark mode class from body. So if you watch body closely, I toggle dark mode on. We add the class dark theme is by using JavaScript interrupt. And I am saying add or remove the dark theme class from the body, which eventually takes me to the armits.js interrupt JavaScript file that got loaded on load somewhere. I don't even know where I have that JavaScript file, to be honest. That is very weird. Where exactly do I have it? Armits.js interrupt. Oh, da 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 da. This is coming from an external library that I'm using. Bit new to C#. Is it statically typed? Yes, and so it's strongly typed. It's a strongly typed language. Ah, you didn't think that angle bracket. So wait, maybe I'm thinking of plus. Angle bracket might be all immediate children. I think you're right. I'm sorry, Melina. You're right. So says my brain. It has cohered, and you are right. But hi, AJ Hawkeye. Is it more Java-ish then? I mean, yes. I don't know modern Java because I haven't used Java in at least 13 years. Other than when I was converting this app and reading Java, but I don't know modern Java. And this Java was probably from 2005. So I wouldn't even call this modern Java. But they are very similar in that you strongly type, when you declare a variable, it either needs to have an inferred type that is strongly typed, or you strongly type it yourself. You declare it as a specific type. And so everything is typed in the end. However, there are some keywords, some specific types like dynamic. And if you just make it object, because everything inherits from object, anything can be an object. So you can just make everything object XYZ. You won't get the IntelliSense. You'll get some compiler errors because object has a specific set of methods on it that don't necessarily have the methods for that specific strongly typed thing that you're trying to coax it into. But you could write an entire C# project, C# application with everything being an object. Or everything being dynamic. So did that answer your question? I think so. I hope so. But yeah, Melanith was telling us about the greater than or right caret looking thing. And I was like, that will give us the first immediate child. And I think Melanith is right that it is all children. The one that I got confused with was the plus sign operator, which is give me the immediate sibling. And we recently, so the angle bracket is all direct children. We recently found out that the tilde also gives us, and it's in this application that we were using it, also gives us any subsequent siblings as well. So this element that you're targeting, if you use tilde, give me the sibling that has the class that you specify after. So all drag drop button siblings of this upload files wrapper, which there are none because they're all children of it. But everything from that element to further down in the DOM, but it won't go backwards. So here, if I click, this currently has focus. And so I said, the element that has focus, all expandable siblings will now ignore hover. Or not ignore hover, they just won't open their submenus. However, this one has the same rule on it, the same tilde that says all siblings. So like here, all siblings will not expand, but previous siblings, older siblings, I guess you would call them, they don't have that applied to them, which is kind of annoying. I don't know how to say anyone that is in my horizontal space will also get the rule, other than using JavaScript and saying disable and then re-enable. But I don't want to use JavaScript. Okay, Hawkeye said, so you get the benefits from TypeScript interop, but with C# syntax. Absolutely, yes. So if I wanted to, and I have been trying to use TypeScript more, but if there is ever functionality that I cannot do with Blazor and C#, aka Razor syntax, then I will write isolated JavaScript that will load as a module for that specific component, unless it's a global thing like changing light mode, dark mode. Then I'll load it as JavaScript interop. And then I'll try to write that file as TypeScript and then have it compile, or browsers can now read TypeScript directly. I don't know how it works, if that's even a thing. Where's Armit's Blazor? How do we only have the CSS? Armit's Blazor shared, because this is where the interop is. So this is, for Blazor, this is how JavaScript interop works. It is, you register an object to the window object. So you register another object to the window object, and you fill it with all of the functions that you want to make available to your Blazor application. And so now we have this Armits.js functions, and you'll be able to see that get called. So Armits.js functions from window dot the method that we wrote in Armits.js functions, which is add CSS class, does some JavaScript stuff. And then once that's done, it doesn't return anything because it's void, but you can also have it return stuff back to your caller in C#, which is really cool. Hawkeye says, I come from the Wasm Bindgen side, so it is interesting to see C#. It is interesting to C# as well. Zerg says to Hawkeye, more or less, I don't use TypeScript, but you get the promise that everything is of a certain type and can do certain things. Yeah. Great description, very succinct. And then to Hawkeye, Zerg also said, in response to the other Hawkeye message, awesome. For me, it's the other way around. C# and native Windows came first, and ASP.NET, and Razor and Wasm came later. Yeah, so I haven't done anything directly in Wasm. I've used Blazor to make Wasm applications, which is just, here is a Wasm compiled, .NET framework compiled to Wasm that will now run in your browser as a full .NET runtime. So you have the .NET runtime running in the browser. We'll ship the DLLs to the browser as well and say, .NET runtime, run this application. That's the extent of my Wasm work. Wasm! Wasm! Oh dear, I just got dizzy. But we are okay. We are okay. But yeah, feel free to ask any more questions, AJ, especially if you're interested in getting into it. It's not too super difficult to get into, but there is still a barrier to entry if you don't already have .NET experience. All right, but this is working the way that I was expecting it to. I don't know why the table isn't growing bigger, but again, I'm allowing AI to take care of all of the UI concerns. I am more focused on functionality, even though we did try to do some UI stuff not too long ago, and you saw me take forever just to figure out how to target an element that was nested inside of another element that was nested inside of a component. But we're good now. This page does work. I want to know if the upload button also works. But to do that, I want to make sure that this record doesn't already exist. So we're going to go to the record check, and it does not exist. This person does not exist. We're going to try to upload it. Oh, that's what we can do. From here, we're going to try to adapt this page to also include the lab data upload utility that we recently worked on. Yep, and there it is. There it is. Awesome. Fantastic. Where's my move next button? Okay. The reason that the app still looks like, well, again, it does look better in light mode, but the reason that it still looks kind of antiquated is because the original application, for those of you that are new here, has been around since about 2005 at minimum. And the reason that I say that is because I got here in 2017. This is what the app looked like, and there were comments and stuff as I was converting the apps from 2005. That was the earliest comment that I found on the application itself. So at minimum, it's looked like this since 2005. Except for this beautiful login page that I redesigned myself. Thank you. Blech. Oh my gosh. I knew that it wasn't good, but it was better than what it used to be. So anyway, so this is what all of the pages currently look like. This is what they're using in production. And this is what we're trying to update it to so far. This still needs a bit of work. And I am not the best at UI, so I am having Copilot do a lot of the heavy lifting for UI, and I'll do some tweaks as we go. For example, everything button-wise is centered on the page. Why is this one suddenly left aligned? I don't know. I would keep the analysis total on the left, center the buttons. Not because I think that that's how it should be done, but that is just what would pattern match everything else. Yeah, pretty disgusting, I know. It's still an improvement on what it was before, especially this dashboard page. I think they're really going to get a kick out of this dashboard page. I think they're going to like it. When they go to the app now and they hit the landing page, it's this wonderful graphic of the application name, and DPRA hasn't been around since 2014, maybe earlier than that. Yeah, this is what they see currently. Okay, more conversation. Do they have WGPU or WebGL binding for the DLLs yet? I don't know. I've never had to use it, but Zerg is responding saying, you mean for accessing GPU? I don't think it has anything native. However, it can be accessed through the WebGPU API according to the Microsoft Developers Network. Or is that Mozilla? MDN is another overloaded acronym. Mozilla's. MSDN would be the Microsoft Developer Network. MDN is Mozilla. Developer something. I'm good at this. We don't need that open anymore. Moving on. Where are we going? We're going back to load data. Actually, we're done with load data for now. We verified that it worked. I am going to get some styling done on that table to make it match the rest of the table displays. Actually, what does the table look like? Yes, it does already exist. Well, can we do unload? Let's see if the unload functionality works. Allegedly it does, but it did not refresh the list of TRNs. RTRAC notes. Unload. I guess we should first check to see if it actually does work by refreshing the page. And the answer is it did. It is no longer loaded. We don't see it in any of the TRN selections, and we're able to re-upload the same file. Cool. Okay, great. So yeah, unload works successfully, but does not update the list of TRNs. Welcome back, DC Aggie. DC Aggie. There should be a button. That's what can fill out a lot of this space. We can carry over some of the functionality, or some of the widgets is what I'll call these, modules or widgets. Which one do you prefer? Because typically the workflow is you'll do load data, and what if I kept some version of the quick actions either in a side menu that you can pop out, and allow them to favorite certain actions or something like that. And or on a page like this, pin to the bottom. And just the action cards themselves, not necessarily inside of these module groups. So load data, that page would have record check, chain of custody check, and edit TRN on this page, because that is the most likely next place users will want to go from here. They finish uploading. And in fact, what if the thing that happens, and we'll visualize this. Unload. All right. So what if the thing that happens when we upload, so they can edit the data before doing the upload. They hit upload. When it's successful, what if the next thing that shows here is something like next actions, record check, COC check, edit TRN. I kind of like that. After load data, this is about as thrilling as coding ever gets. True. Actually, I've seen some pretty excited people doing some coding, especially the ones that have like animations on their stream that every single time they press a keystroke and it goes. Anyway. Yeah, so there was some conversation that I missed because I was doing this. Just like me, you know what you're doing. Hawkeye responded to Zerg saying, I've been trying to conceptualize a SQLite to WASM interop. So that is something that is done a lot with Blazor. There was a lot of exploration on, hey, since we're shipping DLLs to the browser, couldn't we ship a SQLite static asset and have our DLLs use the SQL client connection to SQLite? And that's been explored a lot. It's definitely doable. If that's something you want, there are plenty of examples. I don't know if this is still a thing, but aka.ms/os. I was gonna put Aussie. Awesome Blazor is a repository, a GitHub repository of a whole bunch of different projects done using Blazor. And one of those is a SQLite, at least was a SQLite thing, for using SQLite and EF Core in the browser with Blazor. 2022. Nobody is really trying to pursue doing that anymore because it used to be like a really, yeah, let's try this thing out because we now have access to do it. But we are getting more and more browser capabilities, like IndexedDB is getting a little bit easier to access. We got storage buckets now, whatever that is. We got WebSQL or whatever it's called coming up, or probably already exists. So plenty of ways to do protected storage or easier ways to interact with persisting data in a web application. And to finish reading your comment, with the web storage API, and to operate large data sets to compute shader the data for stream elements. Stop it. For data for blazing fast speeds. Yeah, absolutely possible. Putting Blazor on top of it may slow it down as far as initial load times, but once it's going, it's all running in the client. It's a .NET application running on a computer that has enough capabilities, enough RAM and stuff, that it's going to perform very, very well. It's just that initial load that people are constantly complaining about. Then Zerg said to DC Aggie, sorry you had to live through that because DC Aggie came back from Lurksville. I'm not sorry. Larksville sounds like a pretty nice place. Then to Hawkeye. Oh, wait, no, it's because DC Aggie said a couple of other comments before unlurking. I didn't see you there. You were still lurking when you made this comment. I remember the days before Stack Overflow when the MSDN was a stack of CDs waiting to fill your precious little HDD space. Not only a little stack of CDs, but a $3,000 stack of CDs. If you got the real MSDN package. It's expensive is what I'm trying to say. Like a 5-disc set or something. Yeah, and then is it just Bit? Is that no? Built 994. I love the name. Came in and said, this is about as thrilling as coding gets. Absolutely. 100%. Okay. It wasn't all bad, says DC Aggie. It was the era of good video games, LAN parties, great movies, and the internet was yet to be so shiftified. So many I's and T's and small letters next to each other, it's really hard to read. DC Aggie then said, when The Matrix came out, we all thought the idea of the late 90s as being the ideal time for humanity as a joke, and no one is laughing now. Potentially. Then Zorg said, didn't the 60s predict something about flying cars and space travel? I mean, it's been around for a little longer than the 60s, but yes, absolutely. And then Hawkeye said to Zerg's comment up here about that sounds like, where is that comment? Maybe it was a slightly more recent comment. It was just replied to. Anyway, replied to a couple of times, so it's somewhere deep in there. Oh, there it is. That sounds like an interesting concept. If you make headway, be sure to share it on the One-Line Discord. If you want, totally welcome to. Here's the link for the Discord. It is a very quiet Discord. When conversations do happen, they are pretty interesting conversations, but it's pretty quiet. You'd think that it was an inactive server with how quiet it can be, but it's not. We have a lot of really, really cool people in there, a lot of knowledgeable people. When you do have a question, we have plenty of people that are willing to respond and discuss. Yeah. All right, then Hawkeye's response to that was, for sure, right now, it is trying to conceptualize stuff to check if it is feasible, but so far only roadblocks since it still needs to reach out to JavaScript to access IndexedDB. Yeah, so from the awesome Blazor, here's the, and this is probably way out of date, but here is the link for it. You can find examples of people using Blazor WASM to do OpenGL, or what is it called, WebGL, or other things that typically require JavaScript, and they most likely do end up using JavaScript interop for things like Three.js or A-Frame or whatever else you might use. But at the same time, there is a lot of stuff that is just C# that is being run in the browser, and full-on applications are happening directly in the browser without needing JavaScript, aside from the initial JavaScript load of the .NET runtime. Oh wow, last commit December 2024. Interesting. There are last commit March Blazor localization sample. Wow. So there are some projects in here that are still ongoing and maintained. June. Wow. Oh, duh, it's B unit. Of course. Shout out to Eagle. Do I even have an Eagle command? Nope. No Eagle command. But shout out to Eagle Hansen. I haven't spelled his name in such a long time. I'm pretty sure this is him. Yes, it is. Okay. Shout out to Eagle Hansen, who is the creator and maintainer of B Unit, along with a couple of other people, or at least one other person that he streams with. He does stream on occasion. their efforts to make bunit amazing. bunit is a testing library for Blazor components, says it right here. Pretty much, it's almost an integration test suite. You can use whatever your favorite test library is, XUnit, NUnit. I think it even supports MS tests. And you can run unit tests on components. And when you think of a unit test for a UI element, it's just when I click this button, this UI element appears on my screen and you test for that. Oh dear. Oh gosh. Oh no. We should end soon. If I say the words ending soon, do you think we'll get avoided? Ending the stream soon. We're gonna end soon. What if I push the screen while I talk to you? Okay, he's rating duo beats. Anyway, we weren't ending. I should be ending because I really do need to finish off my workday, but I guess I'll just make up those hours tomorrow instead. I always let the end user do the testing. Oh, I don't remember whose comment that was, but there was a great, it's just like development. We live in a world where we don't use test servers. We just do everything in production. I think it was a Dukasoft comment. I regret the sexist phrasing. Please read as academic themed Greek house. It's like an academic themed frat, often quiet, but plenty of fun though. Okay, read it just like a academic themed Greek house. I see what I did wrong there. Wait, tests? My favorite test library, the play button. The Bwains, the internal Bwainage mechanism. Magrudahi? Hello, man. How are you doing? I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. How are you doing? I'm trying to get back into focusing on work. So I am streaming during my workday. This is work product. This is professional dev. What would your advice be to someone who goes into code for getting rich out of it? Find, if your pursuit is specifically money, find the little niche areas where people are willing to put in a lot of money for less effort. Right now, as you know, AI is a big thing. And people have been willing, at least it seems like people have been willing, oh, I did spill water, to pay gobs of money for people to sit around and prompt an LLM to generate code. I don't know that it's going to be very sustainable. I don't recommend it, but I do want to respond to the question that you're asking. I'm not a fan of that being a motivator personally, but if it is your motivator for wanting to do software development, awesome. So find a language that AI is good at, find industries, and probably you might even have to go from the standpoint of go to a higher cost of living place. But again, it's going to be really hard to find someone that's just willing to throw out money at someone that's just trying to make money off of doing software development. The other way is if you are willing to put in the time and effort, then learn a language. I recommend C# just because I prefer C#. I love the language. You can do so much with it. You can do everything from desktop apps to web apps to embedded apps to microcontrollers to, which would be an embedded app, I guess. But you have so much available. I must be doing it wrong, getting rich. If you can get really good at a technology stack, then there are plenty of opportunities for you to be constantly employed to, to enjoy what you do as well. So for me, The thing that motivates me is, am I enjoying what I'm doing? A side effect is the thing that I'm doing happens to make me a decent amount of money. But I put in the time from 2000, well, a little before 2000, but from 2000 up until about 2017. How are you? I need paper towels down here. I must have dropped the water. From scratch, what would I learn? Is Python and web dev good? Again, I have an it depends answer for what language should I learn first. Are you into big data? Are you into AI and making AI apps specifically? If so, Python is a good approach, is a good entry to software development, and even kind of web development. Like Radio is pretty good as far as giving you building blocks to just quickly throw together a site that looks like every other site, but it's there. It's not necessarily intended to be a full-on web application language, at least not that I've seen, aside from, you know, these AI workloads and stuff. It's been pretty good at that. And I am sure if you leverage CSS enough, you could make a very, very nice and compelling looking site using just Python. However, JSP, Java Servlet Pages, or Java C#, those are more geared towards doing web development. And of course, JavaScript. There are tons and tons of technologies surrounding JavaScript that are intentionally made for web development. So if you're going to start somewhere that you are worried if you don't want to have something that is going to cause you to need to learn a million different things, Python, but you'll be limited in what you can apply it to, in my opinion. JavaScript, which has less restriction than a more formal language like C#. So yeah, those are my suggestions. Yeah, but of course C# is my ultimate. If you learn C#, you can pick up pretty much any other language. The syntax will be different and it'll be a little bit harder to grasp concepts like white space being an issue, where you need to make sure that this is the start of your function and that you tab over far enough, otherwise it's going to be a syntax error. But yeah. So yeah, depending on your timeline, as DC Aggie says, anywhere from get really, really good at AI prompting. I don't think it's sustainable, but it is what is currently making people money. And again, yeah, let me say the second thing first, and then put in the time and effort to learn at least one language and utilize that in things like web development, or find out the thing that you really do enjoy doing and learn the language for that. Some places still use like Perl or Rust. I say still use, but like I think Rust is pretty popular still. What's the iOS one? Flapjack? Flopper? Juniper? Jellybean? Oh. Objective-C, but what's the other one? The one that starts with an F. Flutter is what I was thinking. Is that iOS? Is that just Android? Is it mobile specific? Thank you for your opinions and answers, man. You're so kind. Well, thank you for saying that. Subjective-C is way better. So DC Aggie says, if you're looking to make money, it isn't development as much as the business of development, and all the business that surrounds it. Job hopping can be an effective way to ladder your salary, absolutely. It will be soul crushing for many people. Whatever your goals are, my wish for you is a job that is both enjoyable and able to provide for your needs and reasonable comfort. That is exactly where I'm at, and it took me a long time to get here. I made a lot of mistakes on the way. Be prepared to make a lot of mistakes. I mean, allow yourself to make mistakes, not be prepared for making mistakes. Plan on doing having a good path, but be prepared for mistakes happening. And then this is also DC Aggie saying this, depending on your timeline, there might be a lot of working coming up, cleaning up, fixing AI generated code. Yeah, so that is another thing. There is going to be a market demand if we continue the way we're going, and if DC Aggie is correct, which I am somewhat agreeing with this, of using AI is starting to be mandated in some companies. A lot of people are latching onto it. I've latched onto it. I'm using it a lot in my workflow. I'm trying to clean up my own stuff as I go, and I'm finding that it's still going faster than if I were to try to code it myself and then clean up my own mess. But I enjoy this kind of take someone else's code and make it better kind of scenario. So it's not for everyone. Point is that there is going to be a market, a job market for people who are interested in taking code that was generated by AI and cleaning it up and making it sparkle and making it do what it was actually intended to do in a maintainable way. And I think people are going to enjoy that. So that's another reason to at minimum learn a language. Yeah. Okay, Zerg said, in my experience, software development doesn't get you paid that good anymore. Then, how much money can make a junior developer who works 10 hours a day for 2 years just working remote or local? That is a very, very loaded question. There are so many factors that go into how much you get paid as an X level developer. First of all, you need to be able to make it into the job market as an X level developer. In most cases, junior means 4 years of experience. It means having a degree. It means all of these other factors that shouldn't really mean junior developer. But what TBD has gotten me to understand a little bit more about that junior term is it is junior to that organization. It is entry level to this organization, but we still want someone that has the skills to be able to code. So yeah, in the area that I grew up in, first of all, regardless of the number of hours you work, you're going to find yourself working for even more than just those 10 hours a day as a junior developer. But you're going to get paid the same regardless. So depending on the area, you're going to get paid the same. What happened? My progression was that I went to university to learn computer science. Not everyone needs to do this, but I happen to. In fact, I think that most technologists should learn either through a trade school that specializes in certain technologies, or get as much experience as you can by yourself or in a non-traditional way. That's what I'm trying to get at. I learned a lot more skills at university than software development, and I learned very little software development at university, in my opinion. But I was working a government job at the time. It was secure. I was doing a lot of administrative type work with some opportunities to do automation, to use VBA, to do access and stuff like that. It was not software development. And I did that for about 15 years. And I kept learning on my own how to do software development. I kept doing projects on my own. And finally, in 2017 is when I got my first real software development job. And by that time, because I had been working with a job title that said information systems specialist on it, I got hired as a senior application developer. And the pay was not senior application developer pay. It was not senior software developer pay. It was very, very, very low comparatively. So the thing that kept happening though is I enjoyed the work that I was doing more and more. And because of that, I shifted jobs and I got paid something closer to what a senior developer should be getting paid in this area. Then I ended up just saying, I'm not really made for working on a team like that, at least not the experience that I had on that team. So I started my own company, and then I got a direct contract back with the people that I was working with before. So that is what really, really opened it up to being this very enjoyable career move of doing the thing that I love day in and day out, software development. But there was a lot of hardship getting there, a lot of hardship. And a lot of dealing with, well, pay has never really been my motivating factor. It's been like pretty low on my list of things. I kind of don't want to say, I don't know what the deal is with me. Ooh, push the button. Hold on. I don't know what the deal is with me specifically surrounding letting people know how much I am making as a consultant. It's just not one of those things I'm comfortable with talking about. And I think it's mostly out of if you hear something like that from me, you're going to perceive me as I don't know what you would perceive me as something I don't want to be perceived as having the wrong motivations, I guess, because I am in a position where I am making a decent amount of money as a solo developer. But it's not going to be guaranteed that I get to keep this contract. So there is some risk involved there. I get paid. I am making, if you are interested enough, I am making as much as a senior software engineer, I think would be the title, in Colorado would get paid. Yeah. Which is a vague enough number that it could be anything, pretty much, I guess. But yeah, the total money you made from coding. Well, I guess I can say this. When I first started the work on these applications, I was making $80,000 a year, which is a lot for some people, or depending on where you live. It's also very little for other people, depending on where you live. It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess I could see being able to live off of that, but I would live in a 600 square foot apartment, depending on the area. And so, yeah, here it was moderate. It was like, I don't know. It was moderate. It was a medium amount, but definitely not the amount that software developers make in this area. But yeah, it just took a long time to get here. And I wasn't necessarily bothered by the amount of time it took to get here. I was bothered by the crap jobs that I had to do on the way here that I stuck with for as long as I did. But I did. I'm missing a whole bunch of other chat. Depending on your timeline, I read Zerg's. Be prepared to miss stakes. Potentially. It depends on, if you don't actually make enough. Eagle says, yay, no more mod duties. Well, welcome in. Welcome back, I mean. Zerg says, the tag of junior meteor. Meteor? I don't know, meteor. Meteor. Senior is such an empty label. Kinda. I mean, you can still, like, from a classification, I used to be a classification clerk. That was my very first job. No, office automation assistant. Then I did classification clerk, and then I got information system specialist, but I was still doing classification specialist type duties. So anyway, from a classification perspective, the term junior does indicate a certain level, and it should be better defined, but it's not. So we should just stop using it because people are using it for things like 4 years of experience or degree, not entry level. But the thing that I was going to say a long time ago was one thing that you might try is to start off small. Just get a job. Get a job doing something that you might not necessarily like doing. Try to get one that is in the realm of technology. That way you can shift to another job that is closer to the realm of technology that you want to be a part of. And then keep doing that until you get to the place that you are wanting to go. If that is a path that sounds good for you. But if you're just trying to make money quick, there are get-rich-quick schemes. I don't like them, but I wouldn't have any advice for really how to go about that. But yeah, if you asked me to make, this is still Zerg. If you asked me to make you an WinUI 3 or WinForms app with all kinds of weird fancy things, I'm a senior dev. If you asked me to make a beautiful sparkling website, yeah, I'm absolutely nowhere, not quite nowhere. But JavaScript CSS is hellish for me. So yeah, empty tags. Empty tags. DC Aggies, or wait, first the next question was, would you recommend the coding for someone who willing to work hard and make money and disciplined and smart enough to learn? Absolutely. I recommend it for anyone. Software development is, if you feel a pull for software development, try it out. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Don't do it. If you do like it, then do what you can to enjoy it, to keep enjoying it. Because the second the joy comes out of software development is the second that you'll be like, I don't want to code. I don't want to anything. All right, DC Aggie's comment. Because many young people are interested in salary and not everyone is willing to share, I will. My entry-level full-time developer job straight out of college had a salary of $42K in 2007. In 2007 money. A move to high-stress job in a very expensive city had me making $100K by 2015. At that point, I chose living near my family and less stressful job with a lot of flexibility in a much less expensive place in exchange for a much lower salary, 65K in 2015, and now is up to 103K. So there you go. My journey was progressively more. When I was working the federal service job, it was pretty nice because they did so much of the benefits. And I think I ended off at like 60K salary. 60K. That seems a little high, but 60K. And again, that is with a lot of benefits and stuff taken care of for me. So most of that was like 70% of it was take home, I think. Zerg says, I would add that that number is not the net result. So cut that in half, depending on the location. And then if you are outside the US, take salary numbers with salt, since here they are before income taxes, benefits. And here's DC Aggie explaining why I said that pretty much. Before taxes, benefits, expenses, expensive healthcare, and sales tax, which aren't in our listed prices for anything. What does 1 + 1 equals? It's a development joke. You'll learn one day. How did you start coding? What was the first language you learned? Basic. I'd recommend coding even if it's just for yourself or open source stuff or other things that will never make you money. True, very true. If you enjoy it, just do it. What if someone codes for like 18 hours a day? Then, I mean, that's pretty much what I did from 2017 until maybe a couple years ago. I say that, take it with a grain of salt. when I first started working here at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge in 2017, I had a massive task. Take all of these 7, 8, 20 applications, I don't remember how many it is, turn them from JSP into something Microsoft. You've all heard the story, and sorry that I'm cutting it short if you really wanted to hear that story, Magrudahi. But the point is, because of that, I spent as much time, and I had a short window to do it in. Because of that, I had taken it upon myself, this was just something I chose to do, to spend my entire workday working on it. I would do dinner, and then I would spend the rest of my regular day doing things related to it. Because I enjoy it so much. And that's the thing. I'm sure I experienced burnout. I don't necessarily say that I had burnout because I don't know. I'm sure I've experienced burnout. I'd like to hear the story. There's only 15 minutes left, so yeah. I mean, I'm just going to end up not billing for this time. So you're here talking about money, but all of this time that I'm spending talking is stuff that I'm not billing my client for. But that's okay. Because it's not about the money. It's about the passion. So it's still going to be a relatively short story. So I was born. Say it's going to be a relatively short story. Let's see where to start. I guess when I was growing up, I don't really remember too much of my childhood, but when I was growing up, my dad had a Commodore 64 computer. This is what I remember the most. He had a Commodore 64 and a thick manual, a thick basic manual, and we would read through it and see code and type it on this keyboard thing and see things happen on a screen. That was fun. I enjoyed that. As I was growing up, I had the desire to be an inventor. So I was one of those kids that was supposed to be smart. I was never smart. So I grew up taking things apart, but I wasn't one of those kids that could put them back together. Like the real smart kids are the ones that take it apart and then put it back together. Take it apart, figure out how it works, put it back together. Mine was just take things apart. And that was it. I could not get the things back together. So I found out quickly that I suck at real world things, interacting with real world things, being around people, wanting to live. But that was early on. So eventually I found out, computers became more of a household thing. I pretty much grew up with computers my whole life, but it became even more accessible to have a computer that was powerful, that was strong, that could run applications that you could do stuff on. 1990, let's jump forward to 1998. A person approached me that knew that I was into technology, that I was, and I don't even know how this happened, and I'm kind of afraid of them too. I think they were maybe child molester or something, but it was an interesting situation to be in at that age. But they gave me a copy of VB6, which is not only the language itself, but the development environment for making code. So I played around a lot with VB6. I loved it. That was the first time that I was like, yeah, Visual Basic is where I want to be. This is what I want to do. I can still be an inventor of software. So my inventor desire, my physical world, creating things, living in a basement, making products that help the world, putting it out there, is now doing that, but with software. So that's where that came from. So I've always had this desire to do inventing, to do creative stuff. I've always been into music, been into writing, been into art. Not good at very many of them, but into it. And so when I got my first job my official first job, because my first job was selling fireworks at a fireworks stand during July 4th. My second job was working at A&W, which I mentioned on Bit Gaming's channel, a fast food chain. My third job was working in the AFES PX warehouse. My fourth job was working call center, tech support, DSL tech support, no smoke breaks. My fifth job was one that I had applied for 3 years before that, and that was working in human resources at the Department of the Army Civilian Service at Fort Riley. So I worked that job as an office automation assistant, tried to automate things while going to university full-time, working full-time, failing at both of them, doing good at neither. Picked up some habits that I didn't really want, but they happened. So I went through that phase. And yeah, finally graduated university in 9 years. By that 9th year, I had gotten promoted all the way to the human resources specialist. Now I want an A&W float. Yeah. Oh yeah. And a Coney cheese dog. And Captain Krabs is back. Your shirt hurts my brain. But it's true. DC Aggie just explained what it means. Right up there. Where are we? We are in 2009. So 2009, I graduated. I was in the student career employment program. So because I graduated university, I had to move to where my permanent full-time job was, which was Fort Leonard Wood. I moved to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. Did more human resources work while trying to do software development type stuff. It was hell. It was really, really bad for me. I was in a very, very bad place. Made a lot of mistakes. Thought I could get out of it. So mind you, by this time I've been working civilian service, government job for 9 years. And then the next 4 years was at Fort Leonard Wood. And it was very, very bad experience. And I'm like, I need to get out of here. I need to do something more software related. But I don't want to leave federal service because I'm afraid of private sector. It is very uncertain. I don't know if I'll be able to continue living with a guaranteed salary. So I was like, I'll stay in federal service. I saw a job listing for a human resources information specialist in Washington at the Department of Veterans Affairs. So I was like, okay, let's find out what this is about. I interviewed. They told me that they needed to revamp their human resources system. I'm great at modernizing systems by this point. I've done it on my own a million times. I've worked with the Department of the Army to update some of their systems. That was a lot of fun. So I would love to do this. I go there and I'm doing the same damn job that I just left. And I'm just as miserable, just as frustrated with life, still addicted to alcohol. So I make plenty of mistakes there. And I'm like, okay, they want me to do human resources work. I want to do software development work. The only way that I'm going to be able to do that is by getting a software development job. But who's going to hire me? I've never done an actual job title that says software developer in it. I've been human resources information systems for the past 8 years by this point. So 2017, I see this. I'm asking around with the people that I did that temporary assignment with to help Department of the Army. And I'm like, hey, do you know anyone that is hiring for a software developer? Intro position is fine by me. I will do scut work, whatever it's called. I just want to be a software developer and not a human resources specialist who is trying to do software development. So a friend was like, yeah, well, here's this contract that's going on at the Rocky Mountain Rocky Mountain Arsenal at the time. I don't even know if it was at the time. It was just always called Rocky Mountain Arsenal. They're like, I can get you in contact with them. I talked with them, interviewed once. You're hired. When can you get here? Oh, a couple weeks. All right, let's go. So packed up my stuff, moved down to Missouri from Washington. So in that one, it was like just I happened to encounter someone who knew someone else who referred me to that someone else. And I was asking for $60,000. That's how much I was getting paid when I first started. I was first getting paid $60,000 to do software development job. I thought I was going to work with a team of 3 other developers when I got here. And all 4 developers, including the lead, left just before I started my first day. So what I had was some really intelligent, bright individuals that already worked there, but they were help desk. One of them became the junior software developer who had never done software development in his life. So he became my junior developer, and I was the senior developer. I was thrown into these apps, said, turn them into Microsoft. Oh, halfway through that, we can't have our own server, so move it into the cloud. Oh, and halfway through that, we also lost most of our data because our systems admin was a derp. And also, help desk. Can you help desk so that they can provide better support for the rest of the site? Oh, and also, and it was like, oh my gosh. So I'm doing the work of 4 developers at 60,000. I'm like, guys, I enjoy the work. However, it is kind of hard, and I would appreciate getting valued for the work that I am doing a little bit more closely. So eventually I stuck with them for about 5 years before I moved, but moved jobs. I eventually did get paid up to $80,000, I think was where I left it. Then I moved to a software consulting firm, worked on a team, terrible experience. And then, like I said, started my own company, contracted directly with the people that I used to work for before at a reasonable rate. And that's my story. That's how I got where I am. So, I guess I did forget this part. So when I first got here, this was the part of the story that I started and didn't leave off with. When I first got here, I was working on the application modernization or shift or revamp or whatever you want to call it. And because there was so much work to do and I enjoyed it all so much, I worked on it, start of my workday through the end of the workday, and then from after dinner to going to sleep, pretty much all day, every day, only putting in time for 8 hours. And then on occasion, I would ask for overtime and get approved for overtime, but it wasn't very often. Because the contractor before was cheapskate, just got whatever they could get and pay them so that they could make the government money for the contracting firm. Then after I left the first time and I went to work for the consulting firm, ended up finding a way to be able to support the application still with approval from the consulting firm. So I wasn't in violation of competition laws or anything like that, to work on this contract part-time. So I would do my regular day job with the new consulting firm. And then at night, I would do part-time software consultancy with my company, with the people that are my client now. Then I was like, you know what? I really enjoy the work here, and I think I can make a living off of this. So here are my rates. Do you still want me as your software consultant? If so, let's do this full time. And we moved to full time. And now I'm pretty much doing 8 hours a day. I have a 2-hour, I may as well say that. I'm telling you my entire career story, so I may as well tell you my daily routine is now get up at 4:23, 4:24, make my first cup of coffee downstairs by 4:30, start working. AM, by the way, 4:30. Start working on the apps. 6 o'clock or 5:50 to 6 o'clock, I go upstairs to make my second cup of coffee. Come back downstairs, do more work. 7:30. So TBD stream ends at 7 o'clock, which is why that's important. So 7:30, I take an hour break to do exercise and then hygiene stuff. 8:30, I'm back at my computer, either setting up the stream and I guess it's more and all the time, and working on some more of the stuff that I want to get done before the stream starts, because I know that during the stream I don't get very much stuff done. So yeah, and then I stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays from 9:30 until 1:30, which is about 2 minutes from now. And then I take the rest of the 2 hours because I was stopping my workday at 3:30 when I was working on site. So I'm taking that 2 hours for whatever I feel like doing. Yeah, so much time and still no stand-ups. No stand-ups for me, not as a solo contractor. So those 2 hours are mine. And when people infringe on that time, that's when I'm like, all right, now you're pushing my boundaries. You'll see me get a little miffed about that. So yeah, so 2 hours every day, Monday through Friday. Well, I guess not Friday, because Friday, I don't do the 2 hours during the community day. I treat that as my 2 hours at the end of the day that I usually use on other endeavors. But the point is that I get that 2 hours, go upstairs, cook some dinner, eat with my wife, and we hang out for the rest of the day. Sometimes software development happens. It's not like it used to be where I will make sure that I am writing more code towards the work product at the end of the day so that I can make sure that I'm on top of this and get everything done that I want to get done for the application. It's not like that anymore. So anyway, and then that's the rest of my day. And then on weekends, it's just me and my wife doing as much hangout time as we can with each other. It's such good times. Okay, I missed a million chats, so I will read those, but we are going to read them on this screen not because I'm trying to leave right now, but because I want you to know that I will be leaving soon for that 2 hour end of my day, which I'm probably going to spend working on work product today. But I will be billing for 2 hours less today. So, let's see. How did you start coding? What was your first language? So the first language that I learned was VB6, as I mentioned. Then it was Java in university, Java, C, C++, all in the same freshman year. Bad idea. Very, very bad idea. It was just bad. And then what if someone codes for 18 hours a day? And then I didn't get burnout, or I didn't experience burnout the way that people say burnout happens. I'm sure I experienced burnout, was because I enjoyed every single time that I was putting hand to code, hand to keyboard. I absolutely love working in software development. It was the environment and the people in that environment that made it not so great at the previous experiences that I had. So you heard the whole story. And even now, like I have gone a few days where I'll go from work to cook dinner, back downstairs, and I'm hacking away. Oh, and I don't get tired very easily. It's also in my personality type. But yeah, DC Aggie was explaining the 1 + 1 = 3. I hope I did that in the right order. Then Musk started his career with coding. What is your opinion about it? I mean, again, your path is my opinion about it. You can make anything out of anything. It's all available to you. There are certain opportunities that are more easily available to other people, but they're available to you too. They might just require a different mindset or a different approach than you would think. President Not Sure says A&W root beer, A&W restaurant, which they served A&W root beer, but mostly known, the actual fast food chain is mostly known for Coney cheese dogs and the A&W floats. Zerg says to DC Aggie, makes sense. He only has 7 minutes left, I believe. Yep. Or so. I don't know when you posted that. Damn it, now I want an A&W float. Well, I hope you get to have one. The frosted mugs were they were so good. Captain Kraft says, your shirt hurts my brain. I apologize for any inconvenience it may have caused you. Just an imaginary scenario, says Magradahi. How would you mentor to someone for making good money from coding? I wouldn't personally. I mean, a couple of millions in 4 to 5 years. Just theoretically. I wouldn't. Theoretically, if you're asking me, my personality, I wouldn't. I would encourage you to do software development, and I would mentor you to enjoy software development in a way that helps you be able to increase your skills. Money wouldn't be the driver for me. DC Aggie says, when it comes to finding jobs, who you know beats out what you know every time. I don't know about every time, but it sure does seem like it is every time. Zerg says, it feels pretty relatable, but I was supposed to be the dumb one. And throughout education, I was treated as one. But due to sheer luck of one inspection from the Department of Education, my file was analyzed and I was placed back to normal education tracks and opportunities. If it wasn't for one person who looked at my file, I wouldn't be a software developer and not have any of the skills or certs, and I probably wouldn't be sitting here. Maybe. Who knows? Then DC Aggie was responding to Magradahi. A couple million in US dollars 5 years into your career would require either a big gamble that probably won't pay off, but might, a willing to sacrifice morals for gain. Absolutely that. Bro, aren't there legit and moral ways to do that? Again, if you are that talented and you can exhibit your ability to do software development at that level that merits getting evaluated at such a high rate, then yes. Again, probably the one that would make more sense for that happening. Well, first of all, the big tech companies might be a way if you don't buy anything else while you are working for a big company. And if you are able to keep your sanity. But another way is consulting directly with a client and showing them your worth, and they are willing to pay you the rate that you are asking for. But $1 million in 5 years, stretch that out to 10 years and it's more reasonable as just entering in. Yeah, in my opinion. I will continue caveating that. And Freshmeat is here. I love that binary shirt. Also, hey, feckers. I hope all is well. Hope you're doing well. Captain Crab says, my story is full of layoffs and studio closures. Man, that's sad. Well, I hope it is better for you now. Dukesoft says, Freshy. DC Aggie is responding to Magradahi about the aren't there legit ways? Yes, in the same way you could be making millions playing basketball a few years out of high school. Statistics are the problem. Agreed. You could find a niche in the industry, a very specific thing that only you are able to come up or care enough to come up with a product to solve that then could also get bought out by someone else, because typically you aren't going to make the money off of the product. You're going to make the money off of a bigger company wanting to sell your product. And so they'll pay you money for it. So there absolutely are instances where that happens, but it's not the thing that you might use as your motivator. But it is absolutely possible. And if anyone can do it, you can. If you keep this drive, if you keep your frame of mind that it is possible, then you will do it. You absolutely will. Captain Crab says, wow, that's early. It's not super early. I do go to bed at 9 p.m. 2100 for 21 o'clock for some of you. So I get plenty of sleep. And also, I mean, just like the exercise, the breathing meditations, the mindfulness stuff, like I don't need as much sleep as I used to. Or it wasn't even that I needed that sleep before. It was just that I didn't have much of a choice. When you pass out from alcohol just about every night. Anyway, DC Aggie says chance and privilege. If your parents make millions, your odds are a lot better, but still not guaranteed. Then Fresh Meat was greeting Dukesoft. Zerk says, so much time and still no stand-up. That's Fridays. That's Fridays. Magradahi says, bro, You don't even know how to write. I don't care about your... That's bordering on rude, though. So I think DC Aggie was expressing an opinion. Yeah, there's no need to say that. Have a great rest of your day. I don't know that arms are supposed to look like that. Anyway, you two, Fresh Meat and TBD, thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys had a fantastic day so far. For some of you, your night might be coming to a close soon. I have no idea what time it is for you. That was something, Big Gamey. I mean, TBD Gamer. How did I read Big Gamey? I was over here, and Big Gamey is offline, so I have no idea who to raid now. But if any of you have suggestions, the people on my multi-stream are CodeRad, e2i just because I like supporting him, Devro, Sedalix. That is 4. Those were the top 4 on my list, just because they were first on the list, not because they are my top 4. There's Temptic, Cutie Kitty, Drew Small, which is playing Factorial. I'm not really into watching game streams or rating into game streams, gamer streams. So yeah, any of those sound good to you? How did you switch to that? We rated Sedalix on Friday, I think. But still an option. You guys really like BBB. I don't think BBB likes me. Okay, we'll head to BBB. I have not been to BBB in a million billion years. He is the bald bearded builder. Usually does work streams, but then again, like I said, I haven't been there for a while. But we are going to raid in to BBB. So raid bald bearded Wilder. Wilderines. I hope he's okay with a raid and quick lurk while I do post-stream stuff and not explode all over myself. But thank you all for being here. I will be back again tomorrow for hopefully some more .NET development. We will be focused on finishing up RTRAC. I hope to get it done very, very soon, this week or next week. I want it deployed so that we can go back to the data import utility that we started on the stream as an open source project together. So we will be going back to that, making it better and making a better lab data import process. Another shout out for TBD Gamer. Check him out. He will be streaming next, most likely tomorrow morning, US time at 7 a.m. Eastern, which is UTC -4. So yeah, I'm all strapped in and ready for takeoff. Awesome. But thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed your day, your time, yeah. And I'll see you the next time that you come by. Kampai! Ciao for now.